Alright, last we left off, so I'm going to continue. We're very near the end game as I understand it. Like, we know where, who I assume is the big bad, the final boss, Thaos, is. We need to do a kind of a side quest dealing with one of the deities. The one we chose was Hylea. So we need to do that side quest. We need to get a bit more XP because we're a little under-leveled for the end of the game. How's it going, Serp, Darkstar? Seen you? Oh yeah, no, I feel you. I'm still working on catching up. I'm almost there. Less things to do around the apartment now that everything's unboxed and put away and cleaned up. So I have some more time to catch up on some Patreon stuff. I spent another hour today on the phone with Comcast when I had some unexpected connection issues. So still working on getting mass vote updates and the most recent, like the last week or so of YouTube videos uploaded, but I'll send out a notification on Discord when that's all done. I appreciate everybody's patience. This is why I was hoping to get out from under Comcast's thumb when moving out here, but alas. Just waiting on the game to load up here, and we'll get started. Make Dead Space 2 happen. There's no chaos here to throw an extra boat behind it because I said Dead Space.
Healthier than before.
Where do we leave off? We're back in Cadnua. There's a couple things we should do here. First and foremost, we should stay at an inn because the main character is wounded and it's a bad thing. Where's the place where we can sleep? Is it like the Warden's Lodge? Go do that. Hey Ikupo, how you doing? Oh yeah, it's beautiful. I've gotten a couple pretty competent people on the phone the last few times I've called, so really the biggest pain with it isn't so much like troubleshooting the problem, it's like jumping from person to person until you find the one who can solve your issue.
Well met, friend.
Alright, this guy gives bounties, that's important too. We can't rest here. Cyrdel's Head, the Forest Lurker, the Ogre Shaman. Let's go with the Forest Lurker. Can I just take all the quests? Presumably, yeah. Don't necessarily have to do all of them. Yeah, I hear you, Yahan.
Better indeed.
Let's see, is there a place where I can spend the night in here? I wouldn't expect it to be the craft hall or the hedge maze. I expect it to be one of these buildings here. But those are the bounties I came here for, so I can also just exit the map and go to a different town to stay at their inn. Yeah, so when I worked in a call center at Chase, we also had a sister call center in Manila in the Philippines. And I feel for the folks out there, like they're particularly encouraged to stick to the script very closely. It's really rough if you've ever worked in a call center before that both wants you to have a low handle time, like have your calls be fairly short, and also wants you to actually help all of the people who call in. It's kind of, they're mutually exclusive. You can either spend a lot of time helping someone and get the job done, or you can ignore them and try to get them off the phone as quickly as possible. Oh, there's a large house at the top of the map? Alright, well. We'll do it in Copper Lane. Maybe I'll spend a few extra copper pieces on a slightly better room this time, so I've got cash to spare. Turn it down a teensy bit on my end. There we go. Shit going on at the stronghold. What's up? Nothing for me to manage. Okay. Hey, Prop Gable. Good morning. Where is Goose and Fox? And we'll look through. I'm guessing that those bounties show up in the task section rather than the side quest section. Yeah, exactly. Well, in my case, it was always the anti-incentive. Like, you didn't get anything extra for doing a good job, you just avoided getting in trouble. Mm-hmm. Well, the thing I had to do when I was working in the call center was it was the mortgage call center during the subprime crisis, and I was required to cross-sell credit cards to customers, like people who were losing their houses.
Good day,
I
stranger.
refused to do it when I worked there. So I feel for them, and I guess a big part of the problem is that when people call centers, they tend to take it out on the agent that they're talking to, their frustration with the company. And it's usually not, there's nothing really the agent can do about it. Well, learning to have that level of empathy and separate the representative from the company, I think, is valuable. Alright, we're gonna go over to the, let me look at the quest log real quick. See if I can find these new bounties I just accepted. Oh, they're marked bounties. Beautiful. Elmshore, Black Meadow, Valewood, Magran's Fork. So we're going to do that from northwest to southeast. Magran's Fork, Valewood, Black Meadow, Elmshore. That. Yeah. So we did get an incentive for selling credit cards to customers. We actually did get like a cash bonus for doing it. I would say that was pretty perverse. Beyond that, we were also required to do it. Nalrend their Wise is really hard. Okay, good looking out, sir. I might avoid it then, since I'm generally underleveled at this point in the game. We're not going to go directly to the level cap. We might just try to get a couple levels and then progress the story a little bit and see if it still feels like we're getting in trouble. Well, it would make sense because Elmshore is pretty far from here. Yeah, I'm with you, Ackerlith. Or what's the classic historical example where they like had this town or this region in India where cobras were a problem, so they put out a bounty for cobras. And rather than people just going out and killing cobras, people started up cobra farms, just raising cobras. So they ended up increasing the population. This is where that goddamn bear was, wasn't it? Oh shit, that's a bunch of dudes. Is that the guy that I'm here for? That must be the Warchief. Alright, let's drop in loads.
You're not getting through me.
So many dudes, man. A record number of dudes, I feel like. So when I stayed at the inn, the upgrade that I selected gave me a bonus to survival. I feel like that doesn't really make a lot of sense, since... Oh shit, she's not standing. Why the hell is she wearing a bow? What is this shit? What do you think you're doing? Main character? What is this? I must have like hit a button or something that put her in a... out of melee range. There we go. Hey Kevin, how you doing? Thank you for the updated summon. Bravely Default. Looking at. Yeah, so I'm guessing that this bounty... I'm supposing that the bounties increase in difficulty the further southeast you go. Like as the maps became available, and I could have done this much sooner in the game, which is why I'm able to basically easy mode it. Put everyone on auto attack and win without being a serious threat. Okay, cool. The last one was pretty bonkers. It might have been necessary in the end game. Telemarketing, interesting. Yeah, I wonder if telemarketing is extra sensitive because it, like as opposed to an inbound call center, like you're kind of provoking rage in customers just by calling them in a lot of cases. Awesome. Now we're going to see how far we are in Bravely Default tomorrow. I'm probably going to do at least one day next week where we're going to do a really long Bravely Default marathon stream to at least try to get to the big twist in Bravely Default, if not also get to, also beat the game. Okay, very good. I think we're safe. I've really only been using it on asterisk bearers, and I don't think they have any like elemental immunities. The traditional boss fights I haven't been cheating to win. Yeah, I can imagine being telemarketing would be really stressful. Worked with some people who were in collections, which is kind of comparable in that it was all outbound calls, and you would expect.
You give me any more gifts and people will start thinking you're playing favorites.
Bring it back to Kednu. Okay. Look at all those level ups. It's beautiful. Talk to Aether too once we level everybody up. Do we have any reason? Hey, D-Rock. Appreciate that, man. Good looking out. Let me know how your stream sync issues go. Oh, and by the way, anyone in chat who is either currently a streamer on Twitch or looking to become a streamer on Twitch, the Logitech C920 webcam, which is like everybody says it's the best webcam for the cost for Twitch streaming, is on sale right now on Amazon. It's usually $100. It's on sale for $50, so I would recommend checking it out. Alright, Defender. See, I think we already have a stance, so it seems kind of silly. I'm not going to sit and micro it, so I don't really need to pick one, I feel like. Unbending, damage taken to healing. It's kind of cool. Counter, 20 accuracy, passive. Ooh, I like that. Just as a passive, that's quite strong. Critical defense all day. Oh, yikes, Propagable. Yeah, I got shook up a couple times. I tried to cross-sell credit cards exactly once to a customer that I had built really good rapport with during the call, and he just said, wow, the right hand really doesn't know what the left hand is doing, and hung up. I was like, I'm never cross-selling cards ever again. I can't believe that. Ooh, level 3 phrases. Bestows a burning effect on all ally weapons. That's pretty cool. Allies in the area of effect gain a bonus to freeze and shock damage reductions. Eh. Generates a hazard field causing burn and slash damage to enemies in the area of effect. I like that. Increases everyone's deflection. Oh man. I feel like I like that better. I mean, I've gone for offensive songs so far. But then again, there are abilities that don't target deflection, and I've kind of been putting all my eggs into that basket. Maybe I want the damage thing instead. Let's go with that. There is a bit of a learning curve, absolutely. Broken One. I remember not having too much trouble with Baldur's Gate 2. I never played the original Baldur's Gate, just the second one.
Huh?
Oh, you can make this as long as you want? That's kind of cool. I think I just want to have the damage one for now. So, Durance. Yeah, it doesn't really translate to a video game terribly well. Alright, Godspeed with your chores, D-Rock. War seems cheaper. Spell Mastery. Mastering a spell allows a free use of that spell once per encounter. Ooh. Ooh, girl. Well, Restore Minor Endurance is like such a small amount of endurance that it doesn't really seem to be worth making it an encounter ability. What else do we got here? Armor of Faith. Punishes a target. That could be kind of good, actually. What do you think here? Blessing, accuracy and damage. I would take the damage one if it was like a flat boost. I don't care about halting all movement. I'm gonna eventually want to get him one of his better cure spells as an encounter ability. Might do Barbs of Condemnation. I feel comfortable using it in every battle, especially since it's a defense penalty. Alright, Sagani and Aloth haven't leveled up. Pelagina has. What does she get? We already got her survival where we want it, so I guess just more points in athletics. Paladin abilities, Inspiring Triumph. Why is it a certain number of seconds? Oh, whenever they down an enemy, right. Yeah, we don't want to mess around with the auras. Since it's modal. 2 per encounter. Temporarily ignore hostile effects. Hostile effects suspended for 23 seconds. That's pretty strong. Sworn enemy. Receive damage bonus 1 per encounter. It's just a mark though. What's at the bottom here? I assume the further down you go, the more like high level the abilities are. And attack speed. That's pretty good actually. Just a passive defense against all the nasty status effects, and then like their duration is fairly significantly reduced. That might be worth taking. I'd like to have at least one character that's not completely disabled and that kind of thing happens. Alright, so we already picked up all the loot here. I could go kill this. I think this is where the bear was, wasn't it? You'll see that, like, was it Knights of the Republic is based on D&D 3rd edition, and it's not much better. It's still, there's a bunch of stuff in there that it seems kind of shoehorned into a video game. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You don't already speak D&D, so to speak. Alright, that bear was rocking us last time. And again, we only had like one character, so... Another level up. Excitement of excitements. Avion, I'm glad to hear it. You reach out a hand to the spirit. Know when you contact, you feel you've been struck a blow. Light blooms the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back and the weight of a bow in your hand. Come a long way from the Vale hunting deer. Huh. Great dark shape above you. Could be a clergyman. Met him on the road, your friend. Did. Interesting. Oh, I wonder if that's like... Well, this must be custom for Pallegina, so imagine it's fairly unusual that someone comes all the way back here this late in the game with Pallegina. That's kind of cool that they went to the trouble of writing that in there. Unless if they have like pre-stock comments from the party whenever the Watcher like goes into a daze like that, because there's several times in the game where you do that. Hey, Six Gun. How you doing? Scroll Tanglefoot, lockpicks, and some copper. And a quarterstaff that we can't use. Mice crawl through eye sockets and over femurs. Delightful. Cave core. Pretty good. We only have a few more tasks to take care of the whole moving to New Mexico thing. I still need to get our new driver's license and new license plates. I took the motorcycle out today. We're having company over this weekend. I'm going to be cooking some truffle mac and cheese, biscuits, and bacon green beans, so I had to get materials for that. Yeah, send an escort. Why not? I may as well do something, right? Oh, is it difficult to get your hands back onto it, Six Gun? Microscope is a pretty cool system. If you haven't played it before, it's not really a tabletop RPG. It's more of like a collaborative world-building game where everybody, sits together at a table and you help each other improvise to create a universe for a game setting. So you decide some of the rules, like, so what are the deities? Is there magic? Is it science fiction? Is it fantasy? And it is really cool at giving you a framework to do that in. Turns out to be really fun to do that with other people. Yeah, I think the benefit with Pillars of Eternity Acrolith is that it's built from the ground up to work as a video game. I guess that the system itself has received a lot of iteration, right? Like there were a lot of fairly useless stats or fairly mandatory stats in the original release of the game. Everybody was recommending that I give all these points in athletics to all my characters when I started, but I guess apparently they patched out the need to do that.
Ready, Watcher.
No time travel, no Hitler, no Einstein. Nice. Keep doing the points in stealth, I think. Not that it's come up, but, you know. 15 deflection against ranged attacks. That could be good. That's usually, if she gets hit by something, it's usually a ranged attack, and that's passive. Ranged attacks bounce additional times. The target behind it. Guessing bouncing doesn't require that they literally be lined up. I get like that.
Alright then.
This is not at home, gotcha. Should be another bounty here. I figure I can just hit them all in a row. It's a Goring's Law problem, right? Where people tend to want to include or compare to Hitler. Overbalanced. I don't think I've ever heard anything described that's a unique complaint. I'll say it. It's a burr. Several burrs. Yeah, I think that new chant is pretty buff. You just see damage numbers ticking constantly. I like balance. Like, there are I trend toward the most broken Path of Least Resistance build in games, and I guess the only way I can describe it is that if I'm not using that broken build and I'm doing something different, it's always in the back of my mind that, man, I could be doing this a lot faster and more efficiently if I just use the more broken, efficient build. So when they nerf those and they make the weaker abilities more useful, I think I appreciate that most of the time. I see 6-gun. That makes sense. Oh, that's cool. It just shows up as an ability over here. Nice. The guy that I'm attacking right now is the main dude. Let's throw out a Divine Radiance. Cool. Do I want to have her cast anything? She must be afflicted by a status effect or something. I can't use her. Oh, there we go. She's already casting something. Oh no, Durance! I need you to live, buddy. Probably need to talk to Durance a little bit more. It's been a while since we progressed this story, and we'll do that after this fight here. Yeah, I am a big fan of it. Holy shit. To see these floating red damage numbers all the time. As long as I have her in melee range. We can see the range of her chance, right? Yeah. Pretty good. Yeah, it's sort of like if there's a really simple like way to dupe items in a game, I usually stay away from outright cheating. But like I can easily justify using the W item glitch in Final Fantasy VII, for example, because the alternative is just grinding for hours and hours to get all the items that I want. I'd almost just prefer that it not even exist as an option. But not every game can go back and make those changes after the fact. Two-handed, less interested. Bouncing Motes of Light. It might have been Sagani. I'm not sure, though. Talk to Ader and Durance real quick.
Hope I didn't seem ungrateful back there in the battlefield. And you went out of your way. Got real close. Didn't expect that. For foolish, of course.
Oh, we think it's the chant that's making that
Why
happen?
should I get answers? There's a world of Aethasians out there that don't know if their god's been blown
Pillars
up.
of Eternity is sort of like
Still,
what's the
can't help
game?
looking back.
Like playing like Rock Band. There's a lot of cool visual effects on the screen in Rock Band, but if you're the one that's actually playing with an instrument, you can't look at any of that. You can't look at the characters that are playing the instruments and the scene changes and all the crazy on-screen effects. You're just looking at your track and playing the game. So I don't think I ever noticed any of the spell effects in this game, as cool as they are. It must make it a uniquely fun game to watch on Twitch that you don't
Guess
really
you
need
know
to
that
focus
well
on the
as anyone.
UI as much. You can look more closely at the neat spell effects.
I might have turned my back on my god when he needed me. That's all I'll ever know.
Actions were destructive.
His actions didn't seem righteous enough for a god. That's why me and Woden had Widewind figured for a pretender. It didn't occur to me that my god might actually mean to do harm to his own. Something to think about, I guess.
Indeed. Alright. We're going to talk to Durance some more.
Huh?
Double check that her chant is running. Dragon Thrust, Dragon Wailed. Durance, my dude. What's grooving?
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
Those are the same robes you wore at Helgat. Memory is both a curse and a curse. I wore these on our pilgrimage to Helgat as well as after. We were to travel quietly, so few would know our religion. Our intent, like executioners with robes instead of hoods. Robes are the one I wore at the Citadel when the Godhammer was triggered. Imagine a campfire, then a field of them. Then form them into a sphere and let it grow until it fills the air. That's a really cool way to describe a bomb. And you've worn them since? I do hope he's washed them. Thanks, Aloth. Cool. Alright, so we're almost done. I think we've talked to him about everything there is to talk to him about, right?
If doubts and curiosity plague you,
Oh, here we go. More about Magrid. She's a many-headed bitch.
she's a goddess, as fickle as they come. And with all the failings you'd expect of an empress and a whore. Too many eyes, too many
You might hear my
wants, too much to hold on
Mitomo
to.
kicking off. I'm going to
That's the failing
quiet
of a god.
my...
More aspects than
my
words
phone.
to describe her, like most of
If you would like to add me on Mitomo, which I recommend you check out, it's kind of cool.
Only serves to spread herself
It's
too
like...
thin.
Beat this thing. It's Nintendo's social network, and yeah, okay, there's too many social networks. There's Facebook, Twitter, whatever. What I like about it is that it asks you questions. Like, there's probably thousands of pre-generated questions, like, what do you feel about cats? What's your favorite food? And that kind of prompts you to share more information about yourself than you might on a more traditional social network like Facebook or Twitter, where you just post whatever you want. And it gives you some points to get Nintendo shit. If you want to add me, just follow me on Twitter. I'll return the follow, and you can add me from there. Oh no, Yukupo! Did it at least save it? Did you have any kind of record of it? Gods get greedy when it comes to fire. Fire is a god song. I love that he keeps calling her like a bitch and a whore. It's like his god. It's so unusual. Fire consumes, trials purify. Warfare, fire, consuming, purification, and most of all, transforming. Trials as well, but all things are put to the test anyway. They're all linked, though. It's hard as the flame, and the flame is what matters. It is the source of all things. Yeah. What are the other perspectives on her? I guess everyone doesn't treat her as a bitch. Well, if I were an Adiran, I could comment. Losing side seer, tell you enough. Let me speak to what an Adiran sees. And what does an Adiran see? The polite translations for her. Excellence in war, tactical discipline. That's why they lost the fucking colony, of course. They're properly still quoting that while they had him bent across the decks. All their guns and cannons are fine, but useless when your staff is cracking light into their skulls, dispensing red gifts left and right. Durance call that elevation or divine awareness. Those words were as welcome as shit on one's boots and all that they took back with them while they were running. Absolutely, it's data collection for sale, but who cares? Someone's going to know that I like Southwestern egg rolls for food, and that the thing that I like about cats is that they're so sleepy. I guess there's certain places to see shadowy intent and cigar smoke-filled rooms and back alleys, but I really don't think the kind of questions Mitomo is asking. If it lets them create this kind of cool social game app without charging people for it, then more power to them, I say. Divine awareness. There's no true faith and waiting to be tested. The best in battle have already shit themselves plenty. It's pretty good too. Does she have allies?
Shaped for hunt and war. Abidan the Golem. Galawain and his beasts. The latter keeps us honest and awake. The other makes the tools by which we punish those who are not.
Yeah, I was saying that the whole Mitomo thing is very much like season 1, episode 2 of Black Mirror. when you play it, it's like it gives you points for interacting with other people. It increases your reputation for liking posts and commenting on them. But whatever. That my level of privacy concern is much lower, given that I record, 4 to 6 hours of video content that's permanently stored on YouTube every day. And I have a wife that does a lot of public science outreach stuff. So I guess there's different strokes for different folks, I've heard of Abaddon. I should have said I've heard of him. That's not American. You can vote. People dear with the cities especially hold them dear, so be it. Although if the reward for hard work and craftsmanship is a body like his, I'll keep my blood in my cock and hips to thrust it with. God. This dude, man. What about Galawain? The monster father, the great hound, and for monsters, this world is quite a bit. Oh, I didn't really perceive that about Galawain from reading the Cyclopedia entry, that he made monsters too. What do you mean? His aspects are a confusing bunch, and considering he respects reversals of fortune, especially in peace, perhaps not so confusing. Margaret and he share a bed in my eyes, even if they do believe in the trial. The filthy Orlan god in many ways, howling and mewling perhaps like they do. Not all Orlans worship him. Yeah, I don't. Ah, Orlan Defiance. Now there's something to fear. Lots of good that did you when the slaving was at its peak and you were all foot rugs and prone rugs for various shit-heeled nobles. Sounds like someone wants the same treatment. Deserved it, what do you mean? Too weak to defend yourselves. He's got a very, Krogan outlook. Who are her enemies? Yeah, so my policy in general is I like when things are basically free. And there are 2 ways that things can be free on the internet. One is to have it all be ad driven. And even without an ad blocker turned on, I don't see ads. And I'm sure that a lot of you are in the same position, that you've been using the internet for so long that ads don't really appear in your vision. You block them out. They're not even in your peripheral. So if ads are making a service free for me to use, then it's relying on the backs of the stupid people who are clicking every single ad that they see and driving that click revenue. I think that that's not a sustainable system, because people are going to get more and more savvy and privy over time, and more people are going to know don't click ads. It's not worth it. You don't need to be advertised to. So if the other model, the Google model of we're just going to do data collection and that's how we're going to give you this free service, it's as long as I can be fairly certain that it's being collected in aggregate and anonymized. Beyond that, it's great. That doesn't hurt me in any way, as far as I know. So go for it.
Of course.
Yeah, I guess Mitomo, that's pretty much the implication is, I guess, they're collecting it. Do you have an example of something where, I guess I can think of one that I wouldn't like. If Facebook's app occasionally turns on your microphone and listens to what you're saying, I'm not a fan of that. If the Kinect occasionally turns on and takes a picture of your living room, I'm not a fan of that. So that's kind of where I draw the line when there's like personal data that's collected outside of the scope of the app, and really without your knowledge. I guess that the Oculus Rift is running into that kind of problem, right? Where they're collecting a lot more data than you'd expect, using a bunch of resources to send it back to Facebook HQ. Oh right, that is the third model. You're right, Akifal. Yeah, like merchandise driven. People want to buy t-shirts and, you know, little bonus content and things like that. I think that is a good way to do it too. Yeah, the crowdfunding, like Kickstarter or Patreon. I guess when I'm thinking of like giant corporations, then I can only really think of ad revenue or privacy invasion. I would probably stay away from doing a lot of like partnerships. Like if I ever get super big on Twitch, the only like company that I could really see wanting to partner with is Fangamer, they make really awesome, super subtle gaming merchandise like T-shirts and hoodies and bags and things. And that would just be because I really like their product, and it has nothing to do with just wanting to get paid.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, the crowdfunding and the merchandising options don't really work for giant faceless corporations like Facebook or Google. They need to rely back on either the ad revenue or the
Worth a look.
Oh cool, look at all the shit in this dragon skull. The ad revenue or the data collection. Usually that makes you wonder if like certain crowdfunding sustainable. Like I don't think anyone would support something crowdfunded by Microsoft or Google. But there are some like big-ish game companies that have tried to crowdfund projects. There are some actors, was it Zach Braff, crowdfunded a movie that ended up being not so great. Let's see, I'm gonna hit the Dweller here. Move a little closer too. I'd rather just not make any money. Yeah, I hear you. A bunch of level 5 spells now. Divine Favor, Pillar of Holy Fire, burning everyone in the area of effect. That's number of people we want to be afflicted. Remove status effects, that's nice. Resurrection, finally. Extend the duration of beneficial effects. Not a lot of big nukes in that section, I guess. Is there one in here? Searing Seal. That seems good. Oh, is Garden State actually quite good? Hey, Sir Anderson, how you doing, man? We had another nuke in here. It was like a Pillar of Light. This one? Shining Beacon. There we go. Some spells have friendly fire. If it says all targets, and it's not an optional difficulty setting like you saw for a couple of the other things. Fortunately, it's not all the spells in the game. Friendly fire stresses me out. Oh, that level 5 heal is quite nice. Oh, that's a bummer. I'm sorry to hear that, Sir Anderson. Yeah, I know that feel. I did a 24-hour stream exactly once, and I will probably keep it about that infrequent, maybe once every 3 months minimum. Dude, I'm pretty stoked for that new Star Wars trailer. I was kind of on the fence. I was worried about the whole Ubisoft Activision model of let's do an annual entry in the Star Wars
It's
franchise.
a little healthier than before.
But that teaser was pretty sweet. I am excited to go back into that universe and that time period as much as I complain about, man, I wish they'd stop setting things during the original trilogy or close to it. Like, I think that this is going to be pretty sweet. I'm really excited for December to not be like Christmas time, but to be Star Wars time. Yeah, Mon Mothma looks like a young Mon Mothma. Blew my mind. I'm all about, I want to find out what's up with Forrest Whitaker's character. Wait, did I go into the wrong thing? I went into the wrong thing. Hold up. Hold up, wait a minute. Oh, do you know which specific god it is, sir? I might, we'll see. I'll see how, like, whether I'm out-leveled for the Hylea quest after this in a second.
Better indeed.
Yeah, we'll see. Did you guys hear there's these discussions about, hold on one sec. Oh, there's the keep. I thought that I confused the keep and Bright Hollow last time, so I didn't stay at the end. There's this discussion about a potential scene where, like, Darth Vader is taking out hundreds of rebels and, like, what that scene might look like. So, talking about, there's no concept art for it, but just, like, discussions, like, maybe he uses the Force to make a human shield of rebels while he's walking towards blaster fire. Like, oh man, if they put Vader in the movie, I think it would be really awesome. Pretty sure James Earl Jones is still down. Where's the warden guy? I have to turn these in, right? Oh right, he's in that south, the northwest corner.
You must gather
We
your
got the
party
quest in the
before
first
venturing.
place. Gallowayne, okay. Thanks, sir. Yeah, we'll see how long the Hylea one is.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Alright, let's go... Stay at Bright Hollow real quick, and then we'll go up into the Warden's Lodge. See if there's stuff I should upgrade here. Block. Curse of Cold Clay. Go for it, Con. I'm not building anything at the moment. So I should be able to stay here somewhere, right? Like a person I have to talk to make that happen. You're playing Grim Dawn the other day. I'm kind of excited to try that game out. I like myself some Diablo-style loot games. I get tapped out on Diablo these days, though. Like, they've really oiled the engine, so it's very efficient. But it's, like, almost too efficient where you end up playing it for a week, and that's enough for a season. There's a bed upstairs? Okay, thanks, sir. Was it Vader's David Prowse? Did he also do the fights? Remember, he was really pissed off that he didn't end up being the voice of Vader. I'm digging it so far. Oh, there's a female figure behind Durance. Oh, the modern statue. Like a dream? It makes me want to go back and play Baldur's Gate 2 again. I want to check out that Divinity game too, the co-op CRPG. See if we can play that with Andrew. I think that would be a lot of fun. What does that mean? Oh, I actually have a thing to talk to Durance.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
I had another vision, dude.
You see many things that aren't there, Watcher. Perhaps the symbol was for your disappearing sanity, and we are to bid it farewell while you still have the wits to grieve for it.
Bob Anderson was a sword fights. Yeah, I wonder if they'll change them. Like, we know that the fight in A New Hope is, like, maybe intentionally not so amazing. They kind of just, like, tap lightsabers. But Empire and Jedi were pretty sweet on the whole. Very emotionally shot.
That symbol? The Godhammer.
Oh.
No riddle there, Watcher. It took 12 of us to build the Godhammer. Afterward, I took my leave of all of them to see what Margren had in store for me. I've seen none of them since.
And where are the other 11?
Your kind has a way of interpreting its visions to fit the version of the truth you like best. But Margren's flame leaves no room for interpretation. Waste the time of others with your distortions and your fever
Like,
dreams.
why they are.
It's always the way of the mad to try to convince others of a reality only they can see. But when your doctrine's the truth, it requires no convincing, only an opening of the eyes.
So when he says he'll purify me, does he mean he's going to set me on fire?
The cost of troubling
Based
me
on
seems
his
to
context
worry
so
you
far.
little.
The cost of troubling me seems to bother you little. Continue to journey with Durance.
If doubts and I
My
suspect
Mogren's
the
still
answers
highlighted.
will
Maybe something will come up later about it. I don't know about the salvation. When the Animancers tried to place animal souls into children, you needed proof of their trespasses. That alone speaks to it. Weidman may have taken a god, but to put an animal inside the vessel of a child, animancy is madness. The Orlans suffering first like they always do. Animals within animals, compounding the madness. I myself am an Orlan. Yeah, it sounds really cool, Broken One. People talked about it on stream before. We've actually had this before, the Deserved It. What do you mean? Tell me about the Saints' War.
wasn't a war. It was a god stepping past himself. The country of Raed Saris and all their heathens. They're paying for it now. Although by my count, the fire should have roared through their country with more force, catching all their souls.
Does anyone have the text from the Pillars of Eternity Kickstarter? Like, I'm curious to see what their, 1 or 2 paragraph sell for this game was before they actually finished developing it.
He should have stayed a farmer.
15, 16 years ago? Memories are back with the younger me. Don't hold on to dates. Hold on to actions and causes. I endorse that, Durance. Tell him he means to lead. Oh, I see. A man thinks himself more than a man. Want to kill someone? Tell him a god speaks through him. Tell him he means to lead, which puts him at the front of any army. What's wrong with the country? I deserved Widewood. He was the light that led them to flame. What happened then? They crown him, they make him king, the worst kind of blasphemy, and once he wears the crown on his head, and the god in his flesh, why, he starts making changes. Divine changes. How? He marches on the Dyrwood to free us from our beliefs like he freed the other souls in Raed Saris. Cold Morn offers up its belly with no resistance and it's spared. And what is Cold Morn? Cowards, and Cold Morn is an apt name for them. Huh. Is that like part of the White That Wins? I don't think so. Cool, thanks, sir. Godhammer. Alright. Aloth got a new level up. It's exciting. Don't really have any major things to put points into, but level 5 spells. Wondrous Torment. Drains a target's resolve, intellect, and perception. And then jumps to other characters. And pick 2 spells. Blast of Frost. Surge of Ice. Inflicting freeze on anyone caught in the contemplatory effect. I like that the pre-spells tend to be like enemies. Ooh. Call to Slumber. That seems pretty strong. I can see why they put it as a 5th level spell. I might take that. Full only blast explosion like wands do. Okay. Caster 60% endurance. Here she immediately knocks all immediately close to enemies prone while getting a damage reduction and defense bonus. So is Lengrath's Safeguard a... does it just auto cast? Or do I have to activate it when they're at 50% endurance? I think that's the first time I've seen a spell like that. Cloud of Virulent Poison, inflicting raw damage to anyone in the cloud every few seconds. Versus Fortitude. It's anyone, though. Stuck Affliction. It becomes an anchor for a frigid ray of energy for the wizard that does freeze damage to creatures in its path. Creatures. Ringgrim's Enervating Terror. Cause enemies in the area effect to envision their worst fears because they be weakened and terrified. Terrifying Inferno of Flame around the caster, inflicting burn damage. Around the caster, not so much. Oh, you're good, Acrolith. Hey, Wilson, how you doing? Wall of Force creates a semi-permeable barrier that inflicts crush damage and hobbles enemies when they pass through it, but leaves allies unscathed. Okay, I'm on board with that one. And Call to Slumber. Both enemies only. And then I get Spell Mastery, so I decide... I think we're going to take Slicken. It's too good to not have access to every combat.
Alright then.
What's going on her? Can I assign more than one person? Oh. I guess I just had to hit assign to make it happen. Hey, welcome back, D-Rock. So I used to see that, like, lowercase o/, we used to use that as implying music notes. But I think you can add a... What's this character called that's on the same key as a tilde? After the slash there. Oh yeah, it's really cool, Wilson. I think you should give it another shot. I enjoy it quite a bit. I forget if I've asked you before, Wilson, but have you played other games like Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights, Icewind Dale, or even like the older Fallout games? Running. Oh, right.
Good day, stranger.
Warchief is dead. Put all that XP. Sir Cyrdel is dead.
How do you
It's
do?
not enough XP, wow.
Hey. Greetings.
Because we did just level. No bounties at the moment, okay. I don't know if they end up adding more later. I did get a full level up though, so that should help. Hey, new Mitomo friend request. On it.
Looks a little healthier than before.
So a quick save. Let's see. Buddy's level 9, it looks like. What's with the little... What's this line after her paladin class? Hey, quiet. Is that like a subclass of paladin or something? Yahan. Oh, okay. Once you finish the first 4. So I actually have to go finish that. I mean, we might try the hard one. We'll see if we're able to do it. Got a bunch of spells and stuff. Seems fine. It was in Elm Shore, I think. We'll give it a shot, see what happens. That's the order that she's a member of? I see. Is that something that I could potentially pick? I ain't privy to say. What's groovin', bro? I see. So at character creation, if I had made a paladin, I could have joined the same order if I wanted to. Actually, they're pretty close to leveling up, so... Maybe we'll see what we bump into. Just regular trolls, or... That seems like a lot of dudes. Them being trickier than I expect, actually. See if I can just keep them like perma-slipped would be nice.
Thing isn't doing the job.
So, about the Mad Angels. I done told you, bro! Don't be asking that so loud! So you said you know about the Mad Angels.
Let's go. No go. Let's go.
Breith. Get him out of dodge here. Everyone else attack.
Breith! Kinda stuck over here. You're not getting through me.
I see. Thank you, Saucer Radio. Yeah, it's a big group of enemies.
Leave it to
I think
me.
you're right. I think that dragon that's flying around hitting everything is the chant that I'm doing. It's pretty sweet. Nice, like, almost always on damage. It's fun, Sir Anderson. It's very different. Kind of defies genre classification, you know? Hey, D-Rock, thanks for the host. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, just have a wizard just spam this kind of crap all the time. Oh, that's a melee ability. Oops. Well, today I learned not to use that. I lost about to die because of that. Can't really get him out either, now he's stuck. That's a bummer. Bye, Loth. You tried to not be dead. I wonder if trolls are weak against fire. They sometimes are in fantasy fiction, because they have the whole regeneration thing going for them. Yeah, you can get it on Twitch alerts. Get a lot of nice stuff there too. Patreon alerts as well. We're gonna run into this dude kind of soon. I don't see him yet though. Bunch of elementals. Oh, that's really cool, Acrolith. Yeah, see, those kinds of interactions are super fun, but they require so much work on the back end. So it's cool when they put the effort into making it happen. I see why it's not in every single game. It's hard to do. Did she, like, lay on hands herself? Aelof's gonna go down, but that's okay. After this battle here, I'm probably going to rest with some camping supplies. So may as well start, like, busting out the super heal spells.
Damn it. You gotta take better care of
Aelof's
that
down.
one.
Yeah, I think I agree, Yahan. It was one of those games that I was really excited to play on Twitch because I knew that not a lot of people had played it before. But it's kind of fun to share in that experience and kind of, you know, laugh at the Shenmue memes. I see. Yeah, go for the eyes, boo! We want to cast here. We're gonna rest after this.
Huh?
Let's try doing another big heal on the Watcher here. He's down. Alright, Ader, it's all you with your ability to almost never take damage. Do one of her summon. Nope, she's down.
Of course.
Can we run in this game? I think this is just GG. We're just not so great at dealing with these elementals. Yeah, no, Ader's totally dead. Let's quick load. Probably going to be a good sale on just about everything here in about 2 months. Is the Steam Summer Sale in June? Alright. Maybe we just want to campfire here? We could just not go in that corner too.
Alright then.
Kind of want to get into one more, like, not quite so difficult battle before resting. I'm going to be picking up Hand of Fate, Serp's sub-block game. Haven't seen that on sale, but I'm trying to wait for it. Whoa, that's a lot of ogres. I think these guys actually killed us before. Maybe we'll do better this time, though. By putting some of them to sleep. Ichimaka's down. I think they stay down when they're unconscious.
Not getting through me.
It's nice. Man, that's like my favorite spell in the whole game. Mass sleep? Holy shit. Big fan. Let's keep trying to knock them all down as much as possible. Oh, Margaret, I need to get closer. Start healing people. You, my friend, are gonna do one of these. You're gonna cast a wounding strike. Probably already done everything you can do, yeah. Mogren, though, let's hit this thing as soon as possible.
testing my endurance.
Maybe we shouldn't focus the Ogre Matron down first. She seems to have the most hit points. She takes forever to finish off.
I feel it.
Yeah, this isn't gonna end well, I feel like.
Hi? They got Sagani.
We like focus down the ones that are... Let's try loading and attempting this fight again. I think we can do it. Endless mode? What's that like?
All right then.
We're gonna try this once without activating camping supplies. If we fail again, then we'll try it with camping supplies. This time I'm gonna try picking off all of the little ogres and saving the matron for last. I feel like we'll have a better shot. Wait, hold on. I feel like the characters are using stupid gear. Oh, that doesn't help at all. When did this happen? You should have a bow. Wow. Something got fishy and everybody's weapons got swapped, and that must have hit the wrong key. I'm surprised I've been doing so well in combat at all up to this point. That's cool, but like, is it like randomly generated or something? Usually how I would expect endless mode to work. Druids.
Leave it.
Alright, so let's get on the whole... Oops. keep them all knocked out as much as possible. Iklak, you're not allowed to go down here, buddy. Oh, shit. We need him alive for this whole plan to work. There's some randomness to it, gotcha. Alright, we're pretty close to where they were, right?
Of course.
Alright, you're gonna cast right away here. There we go. Alright. Focus down the druids. Where is... We need to get him closer. Try having him use some of his big AoE attacks here. We'll do another round of sleep here before we get up. We can try doing a slip first. It's so bad, it's bad. You need beer with it. Interesting. Okay. Keep hitting down the druids as much as possible. No, don't move over there. God, stupid party. I'm telling you, man.
Dead on.
Who else? So there's lots of druids, actually. More than I remember from last time. Alright, so he's already used all of his heals here. Let's try flipping these guys again. Is this one a regular ogre? I guess it's right there. We may as well finish him off before we go into the druid. There we go. Let's cast a big missile, as many people as possible here before he dies. Cast a big heal on Aloth. Should work.
Mow it.
Alright, nicely done. Do another one of these big ones. And that went much better when we focus on everybody but the matron. Because there's just so much incoming AoE damage from the druids. If you take them down first, it's not so bad. Seeing them drop on their butts. We've got this, Marstead.
Where? Ow. Where? First try.
I'm impressed that that worked. So they're doing some new group chat and whisper migrations. They're moving all of that stuff over to AWS, the Amazon Web Services, and there might be some chat and command issues as a result of it, so just heads up. Go ahead and use some camping supplies. I'll try to buy some more here soon. Really? One of the hardest groups of mobs in the game. Yeah, I can see it. The crazy enemies only, like, knock everything unconscious ability is super OP. Hey, Marty. For whatever reason, our other cat, Marty, who's usually, like, not into jumping, has gotten a lot more comfortable here in New Mexico. We're still trying to figure out what it is that's different. But he's, like, jumped up on the chair now and sitting there, being so cute. We were wondering if there was, like, micro-seismic activity or something in, California that they're not having to deal with here. Oh, God. I thought I was done with this bullshit.
How may I help?
That went pretty well. Let's keep just spamming that. Yeah, it's that big attack that I really don't like. Gets me in big trouble. Yeah, Kung Fury I think does a pretty good job of walking that razor's edge. Like, it's pretty easy to be kind of cringy when you're trying to intentionally be so bad it's good. But I think that they managed to get the tone right. It doesn't feel cringy.
I? You're not getting through me.
Falling on their butts. So yeah, let's finish off this druid real quick. Another druid up here. They both matrons. No, there's Nalrend the Wise. Oh, I didn't realize that this is the bounty target right here where we are. Get everybody but them. Let's get this matron. I'm gonna throw a debuff on the matron.
You're not getting through me.
Let's throw a big heal out. Yeah, I would agree that there are some bits in Kung Fury that didn't quite work. You should check it out if you haven't seen it. It's on Netflix, I still think. I wish I could set an AI script for the fox to knock down all the time, but alas.
Mow it.
Fox is almost dead. Not quite. Almost. Matron down yet?
You're not getting through me.
There we go, Nalrend. Pretty good. Yeah. I like how it's just a general rule. If it's like, and it makes sense, but whenever it's 6 versus 1, I'd be curious to see if there's ever a battle in this game that does 6 versus 1 in a way that's super challenging. That's been a problem for D&D for a while. You think about how do you do an encounter that has like one huge solo monster that's extremely dangerous. They have started to come up with ways around it, like giving dragons multiple attacks per turn. That usually is what you end up having to do, is you have to give them multiple things to do every turn. Fenswalkers. Defense against stuck, paralyzed, and hobbled. See, if someone doesn't have boots, you may as well give them to them. Let's deposit all this crap real quick, and then we'll look through our items. Yeah. Yeah, dragons you can definitely do, I think. Oh shit. That's what I had equipped before, right? DR-14. Be careful depositing these, I don't want to accidentally equip any of it. It's mostly junk. Alright, so sell value, high to low. Alright, persists in each of these pages here. So we got a nice ring, which I apparently missed. Cloak of Protection, which could be good for somebody. Of Might could be nice. Someone may as well take the damage reduction boost, I guess. This one too. That too. Don't care so much about that. That's just a membership ring. What does this say? Lord's Authority. 1 per stronghold. Ability area of effect. Why don't I have this equipped already? What the shit? What is wrong with me? All day. Alright, what else we got here? May as well take the DR bonus. He's already got boots. Who doesn't have boots? I mean, seriously. Don't want her getting afflicted by status effects. She already has a pretty good resistance against it. Oh, gloves are the same as bracers as far as the slot they take up? Okay. That's her gloves. Crit multiplier boots. I think that should modify the one chant that she has, isn't it? Maybe? I guess I can't, it doesn't let me see, does it? Maybe I have to go somewhere else to see how much damage it's supposed to do. Hold up, wait a minute. Abilities, talents. All right, those are our spells. Where do I see my like actual chance? Yes, it's a good game. I enjoy it. I don't know if I can see them again. Oh, there we go. 10.9. So it ended up increasing the damage from 10.3 to 10.9 every 3 seconds, though. Maybe that makes a difference. I guess, like, when you think about how many hit points they have, I'm wondering if it's better suited on a different character. Her might stat is pretty poor. Yeah, I guess I'll take it. It gives you extra fortitude defense, too, which is nice.
Of course.
All right, we'll cash this in. Hopefully this is enough to get us 1 additional level. We were pretty close to it before. What's your current project again, Acrolith? Apologies if I've already asked you. Oh, it's fire and slash. Yeah, that's not bad. That's every 3 seconds for free. Really good song. Back to Cadnua. Talk to Warden Dude. Maybe get some level ups. Then we'll go do the Hylea quest, and based on the difficulty and duration, we might do the Galawain quest too. So we can wrap up Durance's storyline. Hey, instructions complete. I feel like if I were playing this off Twitch, I would probably just like move back and forth between maps to get the time to pass to build everything here. Is that everything security related? Might be. That's exciting. Oh wait, no. South Curtain Wall I have to rebuild. They broke it when we had a little invasion. Warden's Lodge, here we go. Oh yikes. You guys on target to meet your deliverables? Running. We're in fast mode right now. There we go. So I had these giant projects when I worked in testing at Chase, and what would inevitably happen is they would spend all this time deciding the scope of the project. So I'm trying to think of what an example would be. Like, maybe everybody gets together and says, you know what, we need to make an application that automatically prints checks to customers instead of us having to manually set them up and mail them to people, right? So that's the basic idea of the application. And there's this huge project. It's got a really bloated scope. We spend a bunch of time on it. During testing, we find out that the whole automatically printing checks feature doesn't work the way as expected. And everyone gets together and says, you know what? We want to go ahead and have this project deploy on the scheduled deploy date. So let's just cut the whole check printing functionality. And I'll be like, oh my God, that's the whole point of the project is to print checks. It's just a useless application if it doesn't print checks. But once they cut the application, it still gets to deploy on the original deploy date. They don't have to shift it forward and everybody looks like they were successful. And it's just the people who are like sitting at their desks that had their life ruined. It happened all the time.
Hello.
Is it too late to do it? Or can I go back to this Spark quest you're talking about? Hey, Bounty Hunter. Got an achievement. New bounties? Alright. Probably significantly harder. All in later areas. Oh, I didn't get a level up. Optimizing our synergies. Shifting your paradigms.
Better indeed.
Figuring out what the ask is. All earnings are lost to bandits. God damn it, why do I have so much security if I'm gonna lose my shit to bandits all the time? Bad visitor. So this is a guy that I have to actually like physically go and approach, I guess. because it doesn't give me an option to deal with him with one of the people in town. Or maybe it's just because I'm already in town. I assume he's going to be in the keep. We'll go over there in a second. I'm going to go rest for the night. We'll go to the keep and check out this drunk guy. I'm going to try to go find a town and buy some more camping supplies. I don't like having just one on me. Up the stairs. It's okay, Marty. Ben's messing with the blinds. I think we want the Constitution bonus. That seems like that was well. There's also the Might bonus. It's big damage boost for everybody. Best defense is a good offense, right? I'm actually not entirely sure if that's true in this game. It seems like time doesn't really move at an appreciably fast speed as long as you're just sitting on a map. It really, most of the time movement occurs when you're moving between maps. It might be true. Yeah, the cats are up to shenanigans.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Another opportunity for cat cam, if only I had it turned on. Glad that they're actually sitting on that couch. It will be on next week. Maybe tomorrow if the PCIe USB card gets in early in the morning, but it seems that Amazon tends to deliver pretty late, usually after stream is over. Hey, buddy. What can I do for you? It's like 3.5 hours before you usually get fed. You can chill it on the moping. There's a drunkard. Let's hear it. That little teacup pig is rushing to catch up. Debts in Deerford, haven't got the coin. No way you can pay off your debt. Oh no, there's no way I'm sending my paladin off to help. Yeah, right. He's never eaten in his life. Propagable, you're on a very similar wavelength with Ben. Let's see if I can flip this before they move. Get a impromptu cat hype up. Marty ran. He got spooked. And there he just sits where he can see me underneath the monitor and just stares me down. So hungry. When he says looks a little healthier than before, is he talking about Cadnua? Durance. He seems to say that like every time we zone into this map. I don't know if it was unique to this map or he says it other places too. Alright, let's go here. So if we go with, we should have 4 new bounties. Where are they? Copper Lane Catacombs. Cleaben Relog. Stormwall Gorge. Esternwood. I assume that those are all like statistically more difficult than the 4 that I just did, but take a look. Esternwood I would hope is the easiest since it's the furthest northwest, but maybe that's a fallacious way of thinking about it. Oh, interesting. Delay Delayed cat hype. Alright, we can go up this way, maybe. Another quick save, just in case this fight ends up being tricky. Payeth Asian Wardens. Oh, yikes. This might be okay. Get the War Mage out. Yeah, just for cat hype. Since it's fairly long, triggers on 3 votes. Probably end up doing the same thing with cat cam once it's set up. Cat cam will probably run on 3 votes too. I like that they chose to give Durance an ability that he can use every encounter to do some healing for fights where you're not taking a significant amount of damage. Just a little bit here and there. Get at least 1 cat hype per day.
That's not very helpful. Good shot with this.
You're not very helpful. This guy does not want to die. Could use this thing on him, maybe. He must have like a regen or something. There we go. Not to be invoked lightly.
You're not.
Yeah, it's a really cool looking effect now that I actually see the little flaming dragon that pops up every now and then. Rocked. Da-da-da-da. Some magic bows that I don't give a shit about. Got some Coat of Ill Payment. So all +2 is kind of nice. Retaliation. Oh, it's like a Thorn's effect. Big recovery speed. I might actually want to equip this on the main character. Maybe. Still haven't leveled up. Alright, where was this ship we just got? Hold up. This one? Yeah. I like giving her the stuff that has a big speed penalty. Since speed doesn't matter as much for her. Alright, so let's get out of dodge. Where else did we have to check? We had Stormwall Gorge, Cleaben Relog, and Copperlane Catacombs. It is created, the main character is. You can also create an entire party if you choose to, they just won't have voice acting or story. So all of my party members are like the game-provided party members. Where's Cleaben Relog? All the way over there, so that one's probably trickier. Maybe Stormwall Gorge and then Cleaben. Yeah, I prefer story companions in probably my first playthrough of a game like this if they offer that sort of functionality. Catacombs are... yeah. A wanted criminal by the name of Neri the Deft Hand has arrived in the stronghold. Do anything with him? No, I guess I have to visit. I really like Sagani, but I feel like I don't know, Ichimak is super fragile. There's the word I was looking for. Goes down really easily, and then she gets pretty badly nerfed when her companion is down. Only I could get like something that spits that also attacks at range as a pet. There is quite a bit of inter-party banter. I think I've exhausted quite a bit of it, which is why you're not really hearing it so much. But it's actually really funny. It tends to happen while you're walking around a map, and you've noticed the way that I tend to go places is to like open up the map like that, click where I'm going, and then just go to it. And you can't. Your screen is too far away to hear them when you do that. So there's probably some banter that I've missed as a result of them moving that way. And the alternative is to just keep clicking in front of them like this. Take them where you want to go. That's what I kind of liked about Mass Effect 1 with the elevators, and that was like the preset place where you knew that there was going to be inter-party banter. There was nothing else going on other than that. There's too many times I've had banter start when I'm like walking through town and like bumped into an event or something else that's cut it off and I don't get to hear the whole thing. I can hear the argument either way. Like when it happens organically in the middle of a town, it's kind of cool. It feels more natural. I'd argue that the elevator solution in Mass Effect 1 is a little bit forced, but I like to hear all the content. Yeah, people hated those elevators though, man. Like, it was almost like a joke how much people hated the elevators.
How may I help? Aspect worth and rough.
Okay, undead are immune to sleep. I guess I should have anticipated that, but what are you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside that trunk? This is not going terribly well. So much for Ichimok being glass cannon. We have another thing that hits everybody. It's this guy, right? All of force.
Yes.
Enemies only, if I recall. Let's do heal. Let's throw a debuff on this guy. Durance is so almost dead. And there he goes. Of course. Can we win without Durance? Maybe. I feel like I should kill everyone else but this guy. He's like the boss. There's a bunch of vampires, which I'm guessing are vampires. The fancier name. Vampire, if we can. Sagani is actually doing pretty good at staying up on health. I'm impressed. Do another knockdown on this thing.
They got
Sagani. Fortunately, her pet can still fight for a bit. My main character is stunned or something. Yeah. Let's do paralyzes enemies in area of effect. Let's summon a phantom.
Crow up.
Yeah, it's sort of expected if you're playing on a higher difficulty that you are pausing combat like every moment and microing everyone's actions. I'm doing everything I possibly can to avoid having to do that. Yeah, so I can just pause whenever I want. I could pause after every single like global cooldown if I wanted to. Near death. It's happening. Got him. Hooray! Oh, Aloth. Don't hit it, Aloth. Bad idea. He got charmed. It'll run off eventually, right? Or, you know, we'll just counterattack and kill him. That works too. Here's our bag of heads. I think they maybe doubled up the experience of one of the earlier quests. Like, as soon as we killed them, we got enough XP.
Hey, this is why you were traveling alone.
Alright, let's go get out of town. Well, do we want to go to the Temple of Woedica? I think we'll just pop up here. Yeah, I can hear you, Akerlith. Oh, shit. Watching on YouTube, I'm having connection difficulties again. Care of my ISP Comcast. Been dying about every couple hours or so. This is intensely frustrating. Really hoping that the company that we're working with, the municipal fiber folks, can get their shit together, because I'm really getting sick of this.
I don't suppose you're ready to move on.
I could assume you're wasting my time, but I'd like to believe you're simply holding me in reserve for some cunning stratagem.
I think we're back up. Ugh. Let me just, like, sit for a second, be a little bummed out by this whole situation. You guys will recall, like, the plan was move to New Mexico and get out from under Comcast finally, with this cool, like, municipal fiber company they have out here. And that company is cool, but it's like there's one guy who works there. His name is Alan. He does everything from customer service to billing to tech. And he was gone all last week because he was on spring break. And that means there's nobody there to work on the internet. So I got Comcast as a last-ditch way to at least keep the stream running. And every day since I've had Comcast set up, I've had to call them for at least an hour to figure something out. And now the problem is I own my own modem, which I guess pisses them off. I don't have a Comcast modem that I rent for $10 a month or whatever. And the modem, they didn't correctly remove it from the California account. Like, I called today and I said, hey, I'm having this problem with, getting a modem moved from a California account to a New Mexico account. And the guy on the phone actually said, oh my God, I hate this call. I hate when people call about this problem because it's such a hassle to fix. Well, anyway, Alan is back this week. So I'm going to try to work with him. I really would like to get the fiber working as advertised so I can cut this nonsense. It's such a frustrating pain in the ass. If you talk to any streamer of any size, they'll tell you that connection issues are by far the most stressful thing imaginable. So thank you everyone for hanging out patiently and waiting for it to come back up. I really want to thank all of you for hanging out and being patient. It makes a big difference for me. Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah, actually, one of the guys told me that if you ever buy a used modem,
drink after this.
he said you should probably never buy a used modem because if you do, the person who used the modem may have registered it with us at Comcast, and if they registered it with us, it's going to be really hard for us to unregister it and get it registered in your name. It's like, are you really? Seriously? It's possible. I kill a lot of people. Yeah, well, from my perspective, Propagable, I actually kind of appreciated that tone. It was kind of like a spark test for me. Like, if someone says something like that, like, okay, I know this person knows what they're talking about. I'm not talking to someone who's on script. So it didn't actually bother me that much, but it does tell me that it's a common problem that they have. Right. It's only hard because it benefits them to be hard. I'll keep you guys updated on the saga of getting out from under Comcast and switching to municipal fiber. I've sent the email to Alan, the municipal fiber guy, saying, hey, dude, like, Ben, please don't paw the Ethernet cables. Please don't decide that today is the day you're going to do that. I can't spray him because he's right behind my computer, but maybe I can threaten him with spraying him. There we go. Anyway, I told Alan, like, hey, dude, I have both fiber and Comcast running at the same time to give you time to get back from, you know, your spring break and help me to fix this. I'll try to work with them more and see what we can figure out, but man, it's super draining. It's super draining. Ben has never potted cables before in his life. He's also never potted beat sprites, and he's done both of those things in the past couple days. Pretty fun. Court of Spirits. Keep sending Kana. He seems to be doing fine. I think the XP goes to everybody. Don't think that it's just for the character that you send out. Although it does seem like certain characters have slightly more XP than others. Just use this Ethernet cable. It's funny, like the two or three super competent people that I've gotten at Comcast are like brutally aware of what a frustrating thing it must be to be a Comcast customer. All right. Oh wait, we want to go. We're gonna stay at the inn. We'll get the +3 might bonus again. I think that was pretty helpful. Getting that extra damage, overcome DR. We'll go turn in these quests and see if that's enough for a level up, and then try to move on with the main story.
Better indeed.
Access error? Really? Is anybody else seeing that? I'm just looking at my my OBS preview window. I'm usually like also watching the stream on my laptop, but my laptop will not connect to the internet now. Akifall. Yeah, that's pretty much. I'd love to know the term for it. You guys are seeing a message? Shit, well, let me see if I can recreate that here. Hold on. That's a new one. Really? Hold on. I think I fixed it. Let me maximize my OBS preview windows. I think I actually technically could see it in my preview window, but it was too small. Comcast wasn't letting Twitch alerts connect, because Twitch alerts is technically displayed on my screen all the time, right? It's just that, you know, it only actually shows something when an alert triggers. So what you were seeing there was Comcast blocking my connection to Twitch alerts. Womp womp.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Is that so, Durance? We need to turn in some quests. That was our main reason for coming here. Hold on, let me see if I can fix the bot connection. Fixed. There we go. Probably owe everybody because he was down there, or she was down there for a bit. Hold up. Thanks everyone for hanging out. There's 20 SIR points for people still in chat after the disconnect.
Greetings.
Won't be a problem anymore. Some money, all the XP. Still no level ups though. Is it XP must be divided among everybody, huh? Oh yeah, I have like 100 XP to go. Kana got some XP. Go do 2 more of these bounties, and then we'll, that should get us to level 10 for everybody, I hope. And then we'll
Looks a
move
little
on.
healthier than before.
Stormwall Gorge and Cleaben Relic.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
So many points. Let's see. Let's just count on that as an expected bonus after disconnects, because you saw like concurrent viewer went from like 23 to like 10. I think it's back up to 13 now. Number I try not to stare at too much, but it certainly is a pretty serious issue when there's a disconnect. So anytime there's a big disconnect like that that lasts for longer than, you know, a couple seconds, if it's a few minutes, I'll give a big sheer point bonus dispersal to anybody who's still hanging out in chat afterward. Thank you for hanging out. Yahoo! Should be okay to take these guys out, I hope.
They seal us with
Awkward and Wroth. Everybody says that. Dangerous to get hit by this thing. Oh, he resisted it. That's kind of cool. If you can get everyone resisting knockdown. First time fighting a whole bunch of these dudes. I should have cast his free one. I forgot to do that. Yes, basically. And you should probably take out the sappers. They do a bunch of really gross. Let me load real quick. Yeah, me too, Game Saucer. Ooh, maybe I didn't want to do that load. I think that's taking me back down to the, hopefully there's an auto save in that map I was just in. I think this is taking me back down into the catacombs. Right. That's the way you do it.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly, Spiky. Yeah, Alan. He's the only guy, I promise. I guess there's a sister ISP in a nearby town called Espanola that has a guy who works there. That also run by one guy. So when Alan was out of town, this other guy, Travis, came by to like do a test for him. But it's still just Alan. I even asked him, like, Travis, are you like on Alan's team? He's like, no, we technically work for different companies, but we try to cover each other if someone's out of town. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Alright, we need to kill these sappers post haste. They're a pretty serious problem.
I shall.
That one's down. Let's do this one. Let's do another round of sleeps, I think. We'll just like go stay at an inn between each of these. Yeah. They do a lot to conceal that it's just the one guy. Like, you can Google it if you want. Los Alamos Fiber Network. From their website and everything else, there's nothing that really makes it look like it's just the one dude, but I assure you, it's just Alan.
Damn strain.
Can't get a good shot at this.
The one thing that's beneficial from being on Comcast, at least with the whole troubleshooting the fiber thing, is he was convinced that the problem wasn't with his network, that it was with Twitch or something else. And the fact that Twitch even works at all with Comcast at least confirms that it's not a Twitch problem and it's not a problem with my hardware. Dr. Zoidberg, a medical corporation.
Leave it to me.
Oh, this guy's still technically alive. Should probably finish him off first. Near death. Now he's
Leave it to me.
death. Look at me, Dr. Zoidberg, homeowner.
Can't get a good shot.
Sagani, and that's... Oh, damn it, they're switching their weapons again. Is there a button... You know what? Let's just remove this as a possibility. Oh, I can't change it. Okay, well, let's finish this thing off, and then let's remove it as a possibility. That's my main character. She got this really cool chant spell. It summons these little baby dragons and set everyone on fire over and over. Big fan. Chanters not like, I guess they're whelming for most of the game, and then you get that power, and it's like, holy shit. This is really good. There we go. There's the level up we wanted. Alright, I'm just gonna get rid of the weapon swaps for everybody. Although again, I guess then they could switch to having a one-handed weapon, right? Oop. Or just going in barehanded, which is probably not so great in this game. It's okay, we'll try to keep an eye out for it. Yeah, maybe that'll be harder for me to notice if they're barehanded. Well, shit. So I could just turn it off. Yeah, I just keep everything stashed. The fact that you have infinite stash in this game is super nice. This game would be crazy otherwise.
Of course.
It's a quick swap button. Prestigious visitor. Back over there. Turn some stuff in and level up. Yeah, druids can switch to barehanded. We should be able to talk about the petitioners, I think.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Did I have some hirelings die or something? Why is the hireling pay so cheap? Yeah, I did have some die. Okay, that makes sense. Seems good. I'm gonna level people up after I talk to the petitioners and nap and go talk to the warden guy. Get some more XP. Maybe it'll finish bumping the other characters over. Big battle, right? The cool like expansion one that we did. Let's hear it. Yeah, I think it's fun. You could name characters after, well, if the game lets you. Games like Dragon Age, you don't really get to name the characters because of the voice acting. Turn yourself in. Better than living as an outlaw. Oh, I got prestige for that. I can't believe that that actually worked to convince him. I think this guy is the Honorable. Right. I guess probably the biggest issue is there's big stretches of time where I don't really want to talk over the voice acting. And that depends on your approach and personality as a streamer. And sometimes I'll just do it. Like if Andrea's sitting here, I'm not gonna. If I try to let the voice acting play without talking, then like you're not gonna be able to hear anything. So sometimes you just have to give up on that and assume that if people are really paying attention to the story, that they're reading the text on the screen. But see to it you have safe passage. Doing fine on money. I'll take the prestige boosts. Seems like boost to prestige from supplicants is permanent, but the penalties for ignoring them are temporary, which is kind of nice.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Thank you, Durance. New commentary. So you get a small amount of XP from doing that too, which is nice. Yeah, have you ever played a game though where, like, I'm trying to think how best to word this. It feels like there's a feature that was on a bullet list somewhere as like something they wanted to include in the game, and I'm not necessarily saying this is true about the stronghold system. Maybe with like the petitioners and the supplicants. And then it's like, it's technically there, but it's not really as awesome as you thought it was going to be. I guess Peter Molyneux always does this with like the Fable games. It's like, oh, it's going to let you do this and this and this. And it's like, yeah, technically it does. But the image I had in my mind when you described that is not what, you know, I'm seeing when I play the game. Oh, Stronghold was a stretch goal? That's cool. I don't think it's not bad at all. Are you talking about petitioners or the Stronghold? 'Cause I think Stronghold is probably fine. I like how you can go in here and keep an eye on it and update stuff. Name error has hired a handful of mercenaries to escort him to the Thane Bog. All right, name error. I guess there's another merchant that I must have just popped in. I'll go talk to him real quick before we go turn in the quest. But it definitely feels like that. Like this was an idea, a very nebulous idea that someone wanted to include. In this case, as a stretch goal.
Better indeed.
I wonder if the appearance of the place improves as you get more prestige. It's less run down and shitty. Name error is the best employer. Yeah, he's in Zelda 2. Crosses franchises. Is it this guy? No. One of our merchants must be this dude. Yeah, the day-night cycles is a big one, like, so. I'm trying to think, what is the game I've played that has the most compelling day-night cycle in it? Pretty infrequently, Sir Anderson, unless if it's the kind of game that would just be totally inappropriate for me to play on Twitch with my stream theme. Like, I don't play Diablo on Twitch, but I'll occasionally play that to relax offline. It has to be people in my party, apparently. Keep giving people money, I guess. Ocarina of Time. Yeah, no, I remember running to the drawbridge and having it go up at just the last minute, and having to fight those goddamn baby Stalfos stall children, was it? Yeah, no, I hear you, Hunter.
Better indeed.
Some of those things that like games from the 64 and PS1 eras that probably couldn't possibly scare a modern day gamer just because the graphics aren't so great, but were terrifying as a kid. Because I feel like I was and continue to be able to be legitimately scared by stuff in like Super Nintendo games, 16-bit graphics. Night Day was pretty cool in Okami. I can hear that. It doesn't feel pointless a lot of the time. Like I do like and appreciate its inclusion in a lot of games. I'm trying to think if there's a game where just like the gameplay was completely different. There's that was it like Boktai, The Sun Is in Your Hand, as a Game Boy Advance game where you're fighting vampires. And there was like a photometer on the back of the cart, so you literally had to be outside to collect sunlight in order to battle the vampires in the game. Oh, that sounds really cool, Game Saucer. Andrea might like that. Let's see, did that level?
How close
is Aloth? Fairly close, not close enough. I'll level everybody else up. We'll do the last bounty, and then we'll move on. I'll take another bonus knockdown. 3 is quite good. Yeah. Oh, there's one really scary part in Titanic Adventure Out of Time, Yukupo. We'll probably get to it. Alright. So these are these are actual spells. Calls down a drake. Like drakes. Summons 2 ogres. Revives allies in the area of effect with small endurance. That's probably the one that we're going to end up taking. The DPS ones would be kind of cool. Intellect boost could be nice, but these are the more traditional bard spells. That's a pretty significant boost. +5 might, constitution, and resolve. I think I want my party res though. Especially if I can just like keep doing it. The ogres are really good. Maybe I'll take them first. 12 is the max level, if I've got 2 more. I would like to have another summon. Don't really plan on changing the... what uses flail? Although, I'm not really relying on her physical attacks. Maybe we want to do defensive instead. Yeah, no thanks on the quick item slots. Or like specific elemental damage reductions. Or any of that crap. Turn on cautious attack all the time. So I don't care about attack speed.
Huh?
What?
Someone else have access to that same
I'm
thing?
ready.
How may I help?
I guess not.
Yeah?
What?
Durance, my man. What you got? What you got? Oh, I didn't think about that, Serp. I guess I could respec her. So it boosts damage dealt by her? I don't think I've seen that one before. I think we're gonna do this well. Maybe not. We take the will defense bonus. Alright, I might respec her for that reason then. That sounds really good. I might like respec her entirely around the fire damage. There's other things I can take that are similar. Let me go find a respec NPC. Level up Pelagine real quick. Tense Flames. Yeah, that seems good. Yeah, I mean, it's such a cool attack. Like, does a bunch of damage. Yes, yes. So when we beat Pillars of Eternity,
A little healthier than before.
a auction will go up for about 24 hours for a game that's longer than 30 hours long. So you can pick whatever game you like within reason. The goal is every awesome game. So the way I enforce that is it has to have at least a I'm gonna go respec.
You must gather your party.
It has to have at least a 7.0 in either the user or the critics section on Metacritic. And I reserve the right to veto a game if I don't think it would be appropriate for stream. But yeah, whoever wins the auction can then pick a game that's in that category. When we beat Shenmue next week, it'll be a less than 30-hour game. Then it gets added to the voting spreadsheet. It still has to be voted for before it gets played. But once you've got it on the spreadsheet, you're pretty much guaranteeing it'll show up on Twitch eventually. All right, we were gonna go to Copper Lane, I think. We're gonna respec the main character for fire damage. See how much it costs. Hey Kodiak. Yeah, right. We did about 15 minutes of Superman 64 one day for we were doing like a Nintendo 64 free play. I feel like that's enough of that one. It's so bad. The map looks like those, you know those little like toy road maps that people had, or like a little placemat when you were a kid. Maybe someone can find a link to the thing I'm talking about and post an image. That's what the world map looks like in that game.
Welcome.
We're gonna look at respecking. Oh, it's not too expensive. This is probably still fine, so I'll leave that alone. I really don't care about any of these phrases now. I guess I could just take them. We put her on summoning mode with that ogre summon. Let's get survival up. This gets the damage reduction boost as well. Yeah, we're going to take everything that's not a summon so that her AI will intentionally summon the ogres. Intentionally and only summon the ogres, I should say. So other cameras are Heartscrew Bold. Oh, I didn't know there was multiplayer in Superman 64. Are you serious? It couldn't have been good, could it? I really don't use Ancient Memory that much. Where's the fire damage thing? Primal Bane, so this is damage against certain kinds of enemies. Where's the one that increases fire damage, Serp? You know what it's called? I'm looking for it. Raw damage, accuracy against distance enemies, melee damage. Maybe it's utility? Oh, Sign of Flame. Thank you. Oh, I see. Cool. I need to double check what the it does two kinds of damage, right? Is it burning and piercing? Is that the other one? Frightening enemies. We did get mechanics to 10 before, so that's where I want to take it. Voice of Killer is pro stiff. want to summon worms here. I want to save our summons. Take the Chan one. Oh, you can't increase the slash damage? Okay. Fox from the farmer did run and leap. Frightening, we're never probably going to use it. There's my 10 mechanics. I can start putting points in other things. Cause enemies be terrified. Paralyze enemy, that's the one we had before. Alright, so we did want to take the weapon and shield for the deflection bonus, and then we'll take superior deflection as well. I get mechanics up to 11 though. It's level 9. Don't think I can get survival up as high as I want it to be, but 1 point and everything else. Burning effect on ally weapons, the Dragon Thrash, that's the one we want. Summon 2 ogres, cool. Alright, and then Spirit Deflection. So we didn't really change all that much in the course of upgrading that. Alright, so I need to get a level up for Aloth. I'm deciding if I want to do the last bounty. Probably. I mean, if I had been doing way more side quests, we would be closer to the level cap of 12, so anything that's in the service of getting us closer will be helpful for the end game. I'm assuming that the end game is balanced around the assumption that you're at the cap.
You must gather your party before venturing forth. I want to be struggling too much.
Do you think Turok not a... Well, I guess it depends on if you're saying, is it the best multiplayer for its time, or is it aged the best? I'd say probably GoldenEye or Perfect Dark. Even though they, like, didn't have the best shooter controls. It was pre-Halo. See if I can find a video of this really cool panel I went to at PAX that was talking about, like, user experience testing and how Bungie figured out, like, the way to do shooter controls on a controller. It's something that you don't really appreciate until you go back to older first-person shooters with controllers and how they just didn't really work the way you expected them to work. It has something to do with the player's expectation of how the analog stick is going to function. Like, originally, the analog stick was set up so that it was just 1-to-1. If you push the analog stick all the way to the right, you know, if you push the analog stick right 10 units, the reticle would move 10 units. And it turns out that players actually expect that if they push to the right, it will slowly accelerate in that direction, rather than it just being a 1-to-1 movement. Time Splitters has aged poorly. Yeah, older, like, pre-Halo FPS games don't feel so great. Unless if it's like, a really old, like, Doom, where there's no vertical aiming. It's just, is your reticle lined up with the enemy, yes or no? Oh, there's some corpses I never looted. What's that all about? Disease pudding. Fun.
Let's go. Let's go. Damn.
I want to see. Can I see it in here? Just curious. 11.2 damage. Cool. Well, it's definitely it's like a paradigm shift kind of a thing. Like, it's not that there was, not even just that there was nothing better, just we hadn't even conceived of something better yet. So it can be rough going back to older games and saying, oh, this game sucks because it doesn't do this, and it's like no one had even thought of that idea yet. It's like the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode where Mac is talking about how evolution isn't real, and he basically just goes through history and says, you know, Archimedes thought that the Earth was the center of the universe. Copernicus and Galileo came around and showed that Archimedes was a bitch. Galileo believed this thing. This guy showed that Galileo was also a bitch. Yeah, I don't really have the context. Yeah, I'm with you, Kodiak. By the way, it goes without saying, if you guys haven't checked out Kodiak's stream, twitch.tv/, throw a shout out. Still trying to get over my connection issues lately with Comcast. Swamp spores. Have I just not fought these before? No, these are the ones I just fought. The question marks imply that I hadn't seen them before. I was mistaken. Aloth, I'm gonna need you to not die. Where the heck are you? Where's he standing? Oh, Ichimak is like charmed? That's a bummer. What could possibly be doing all this damage to him? Turns out it's one of my own allies. It has the potential to hit pretty hard, too. Try this ogre summon. Maybe less of an issue with fluid characters in melee now.
You're not getting...
Black Desert Online. It's like a Korean medieval life simulator MMO, right? That's how you would describe it.
Dead on.
Gotta kill that dank spore. There we go. And it is dank no more. Ooh.
Huh?
I was wondering why I wasn't seeing a bunch of fireballs. It's a bad main character. It's better.
Sure.
Later, Vihan. Sleep well. I never finished exploring this whole map today. There's the little Dargon. That's what I wanted to see. God, Aloth, stop sucking, man. I have to replace you eventually. I think the big shtick with BDO is that it gives you XP for like basically everything in the game, right? And you even get XP for like walking.
Huh?
There's walking XP. Makes you better at walking. All right, Game Saucer. Yeah, usually people are in the opposite camp where they have too many super long games and don't really have any short ones. That will be very soon, though, Game Saucer. Next week, I'm probably going to beat Shenmue. I'm definitely going to beat Shenmue. I think we only have, like, maybe less than 2 hours left in it. More spells. Torrent of Flame sounds really cool, but it does damage around him. I think I'll take Malignant Cloud. Cane Veil. Not so much. I think I'll take Caution. Well, I'm sure the accuracy, the attack speed affects his spells. I guess I could take one of these guys. Only do shock damage. Could take the bonus 4th level spell. I could actually see myself using that. Well, the shorter than 30-hour games actually turn around pretty quickly. I think Shenmue is like really close. It's almost a 30-hour game. But like Mario Galaxy might only be a couple weeks before it swaps. I think that the permanent game slots from Patreon are just now becoming possibly viable as being played on stream. Two patrons have had them since basically since I opened Patreon, like 7 months, 6 or 7 months. And then Cappy, I think, is Xenoblade Chronicles X, or maybe Xenosaga. One of those two. Yeah, I think he was kidding.
Leave it to me.
All right then.
Good night, Acrolith. See you next time. Thanks again for hanging out. See you around. Dead Adventurer. I wonder where. I bet that the bounty NPC is up in that. Oh, maybe it's in this cave. I thought maybe it was in that weird arena-looking thing. Oh no, you're fine, Ethan. Ghost Trick seems pretty short too. Also, I think that the folks swinging their votes behind Super Mario Galaxy can probably put up a fight there. So please, vote with confidence. Put all of your votes in the game that you want to see on stream. If I start talking about the game that I think I'm going to play next, don't take it as a certainty that I'm definitely going to be playing that one. Really kill these druids, huh? Try putting some of these Aloths to sleep.
Let's go.
Are these things? Oh, they're on a level below us. I was like, why am I not attacking them? I should probably load my save. This is going to end really badly. Try casting a sleep over here. She didn't die. That's cool. Those flying Dargons. It's my jam. Big self-heal. Doesn't die here in a minute. Do another one of those.
You're not getting through me.
Oh, we're so almost dead. These things are dying from the AoE.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Keep up the dive bombs. Is she not still set to summon shit? Thought so. Just because I need to micro a little bit better.
They got Sagani. Hey, we had some good times.
You're not dead yet. Calm your butt. She's not, is she? Oh my god. I swear this problem didn't happen for most of this game. There's got to be a button that's getting tapped now. I don't know what it is though. All of a sudden everyone's using the wrong weapons. I need to zoom in closer to see if that's happening.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, then things suddenly start dying.
Come on, Palagina, hang in there.
Let's go.
Too far away to hit him, I guess? Must be.
Let's go.
People will weapon switch when they get charmed? That must be what's happening.
Let's go. Let's go.
Keep punching here for a little bit.
Sabriku.
Now it would be nice to have the AoE res, right?
Let's go.
I'm pushing against a little bit of regen here, unfortunately. Can't really see it if it's happening. She is auto-casting stuff when I don't want her to. Can I turn off?
Let's go.
Oh, it's probably because I'm fighting dank spores and vampires. I see. Please just heal. We got this solo chanter. Super OP.
10. Let's go. Let's go.
It would be a super bummer to die here. Oh, you can run away? Oh, I didn't realize you could run. Oh, that's pretty well. This one. Alright. Good God, that was ugly. Wait, is there still an enemy out there? There we go. I didn't think so. I think it was a little demon guy in here. Was our bounty target, right? That was scurry. Is there anything worth looting in here?
And what does the flame reveal?
Maybe. It is this nice big cave.
Worth a look.
Oh! There, it's disarmed. Good. What is this? Reflex bonus. Better than nothing. Let me make sure I save. I want to repeat that. It's really ugly, but mostly ugly because my party members were being idiots and using the wrong weapons for most of the fight. Dang it, Bobby. Spell damage multiplier. What does Durance currently have equipped? Nothing. Cool. That's good, right? Wait, did I not just take it out? There we go. I had to drop it apparently. Cool. Souls bound in eternity. Some generic leather armor.
Be constant.
So we're gonna stroll on out of here. Then we're gonna fast travel back to, and then we'll move on with the main story with Hylea's goddess quest and see how long it goes. Okay. Is there not a world map exit around here somewhere? Maybe all the way down. See if it has us bumping into an enemy. Alright. Back we go. Bit of a walk, but worth it. What's going on? Taxes collected. they stealthing? No, they're just super slow. Hey, I wonder if in a town waypointing would be better. Once you've already explored everything, like uncovered an area, if you could just jump to it from the map. It would resolve part of that problem with the whole missing talking dialogue.
Hail, traveler.
Head of Glasdial. Alright, so we've got 4 new ones if we really wanted to keep pushing to level up. But I think I'm going to go do the main story quest first and see what the deal is with it. If we're doing okay against the enemies in it. There are still certain enemies that my party's not particularly well suited to fight, mostly like elementals and ghosts.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Oh. Forgot about the occasional assassin ambushes in the main town, you're right. Kill the Menpagra. Man, there are far too many consonants, and the one diacritic is more than are necessary in that word. Crash in bed. What are you meowing at, Ben? Take that might upgrade. Pretty good. Like +3 might is a pretty big deal. Is there something new we could build? I don't remember if I was in the middle of building something or if... Take a look once we get outside here. I don't think we have any reason to go into the keep. As far as I know, there aren't any supplicants in town or anything like that.
Looks a little healthier than before.
Oh. I thought we already took care of this guy. Must be the whole name error thing. Okay. Take a chapel. Sounds good. Big resolve boost.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Okay, cool. We were going to go to Temple of Hylea. I guess the 2 days of travel there uses up 2/3 of that might bonus. It depends on how much time is actually passing when you're in an area proper. Chapel's already done, look at that. Perfect timing. What's the next most prestige? I saw 2. That's already done. Yeah, so I guess we just go for stuff that's short. 3 rests, not 3 days? Oh, I see. Thought it said days. So can you just like rest back to back, or there's only ever one like rest bonus that's active at a time? Just wondering what's stopping you from just like resting 4 times in a... Holy shit! Holy shit!
Right. What's the plan again?
I should have come here sooner. Hey Chaos, how you doing, man? I was gonna say there's not a lot of really big enemies in this game. Holy crap. Dragon lands before you. Shake the ground beneath your feet. It has magnificent plumage. Thanks, Obsidian.
Vermin invading my nest, threatening my hatchling. You shall feed my young.
You have young here? Yikes. That thing's pretty spooky scary.
You're not...
Now let's kill the babies and stuff first, huh? Let's focus down all the little ads. Hopefully she doesn't just respawn them indefinitely. Guessing I can't put ring blades to sleep. Chaos Factorial. 4 different elemental winds here. It's like all the right people. Dragon teleports around, which is kind of a pain. Specifically, it teleports to our back row, which is a problem.
If it makes
Try it again. Dargon fight. Don't really need the beneficial effects. Let's try to keep everybody healed up, huh? I guess the dragon likes to chain stun us, which is not fun. Durance, I'm gonna need you to walk right here so you can. Oh, he's stunned. God damn it. That's gonna be an issue. To look into if I have any abilities that make me resistant to stun. Probably can't put it to sleep, that would be kind of broken. Try though, why not?
How may I help?
God. Breath is not joking. Yeah, we're not going to be casting sleep on this thing. That's not happening. Cool. Oh my god, the stun spam, man. Brutal. I'm gonna have to double check and see if I have anything that's like AoE stun resistance. Assume that's what that effect is, right? Stunned and terrified. Great. Face him away from everybody else. Kind of hard to do, and he like flies in the air and lands behind you. Try it again. Didn't think I really had the fine control to like manage aggro in a game like this. Is there anything on screen that even tells you who's currently receiving the bulk of attacks? Alright, so what do you got? Perception. Immunity to paralysis and affliction. Close but not quite. Endurance recovery. When they die, they get stuff back. Deflection bonus. Accuracy and might bonuses. Confused and dazed. Still not cutting it. Endurance. Defenses. Accuracy. Critical hits. Crush damage, knockdown, hobble. Over the whole fight, really. Don't think I have stun immunity, do I? Do I have any chance, maybe, that I previously didn't care about? Maybe I would have taken if I knew I was about to do a big fight like this. Thank you, Chaos, for the donation. I appreciate it. Gotta give you and D-Rock your points here soon. It's concentration, nothing that's stun resistance. Well, I'm not going to be resisting stun. I don't think I have any gear that lets me resist stun either. I can look through all my junk here. Prone, push. Oh, wait. Maybe this one. Put this one on Ader just for this fight. Oh, how did he get such shitty armor on? Oh my god. Is anyone else wearing shitty armor that I don't know about? Okay, it doesn't look like it.
All right, then.
Try this again. Yeah, big Dargon, I get it. Elevators comment.
Invading my nest. I will protect my last hatchling to the death, and of the sky and all winged creatures. Even my kind know of her.
Nope, that didn't work. Nope, already stunned. Because it reduces the duration, but... And knockdown. Ader, I'm gonna need you to get up there, buddy. Oh, you got Comcast down too? Yeah, Chaos. I've been suffering from the same problem. Stream went down earlier because of it. The outage, because it's in the Four Corners area. Oh shit. Kind of reflexively hit my select all attack before clicking something to attack it.
Can't get a... That's not very helpful. Come on, Palagina.
Holy shit.
Not even slowing it down.
My main character just basically got one shot. Hold on, don't I have a res here? You're better off if multiple characters die in the same area, I guess. Say that again for Pelagina, because she can do a res too if she's up. Heal this thing. Let's try doing an attack that just hits enemies here. He's got a pretty big one too, doesn't he? Let's go. Oh really? They're gonna give you free stuff? Shit, I should complain. After all the amount of time I've been on the phone with them, what kind of free stuff are they sending you, Chaos, so I can have something in mind when I call them again?
A gift if
Thanks,
the
Yahan.
invasion doesn't wake up.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to win this fight, man. Like, he keeps... Or she keeps, just stun-locking everybody and one-shotting everybody. I can try, maybe...
Alright then.
Focusing down the ads again. I was certainly doing better in that round. Doubt there's any debuffs I can throw on her that's gonna work. Let's keep trying to take out all of the ads first. It's productive, I think.
Can't get a good shot with this.
Not even slowing it down.
Try maybe doing something that increases people's damage reduction so I'm not getting one shot. Oh my god, look at that. We go from almost full on health. And that didn't happen the first time I fought her too, because she like jumped on the behind us. I don't think that getting a couple more levels is going to make a big difference in this fight. This is super tricky.
Then.
I think it's too late for me to drop it to easy too. I guess I could look at my autosave history. Once you're in the map, like, the enemies already spawn. Okay, yeah, I do have the option of switching here, so I'll go with that, Chaos.
Leave it to me.
You can actually resolve this peacefully. I would prefer to do that. I saw that I made more progress with the last conversation. Yeah, it's been really bad, Chaos. That's with the stream dying since last week.
I rather hoped we'd be sneaking up on it.
vermin invading my nest. Threatening, I will protect my last and of the sky, and I came to care for my remaining hatchling. My kind requires territory. Few places are safe for our young. So be it. Go
Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that was even possible. Thought it was just every dialogue option would eventually terminate in you fighting this dragon. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to take that without pissing her off, huh? Is that it for the quest then? Go back and pray to her and see what happens. You can threaten to like just not have internet, but it's nice to have realistic alternatives for bargaining. It was Elm's Reach, right? Hey, lovely.
How does take and bake pizza sound for dinner?
Sounds delicious.
How does steak and garlic and onion?
Sure. Sounds weird. Probably good. Is that the one you want?
Yes.
Cool.
Do you want any kind of a side?
What kind of sides are there?
Well, there's thick and cheesy bread. Bacon in it.
Faithful Piggy. Yahan says hi.
Hey,
She says hi.
I think we'll be okay.
Okay. I'll look at the menu sometime. Maybe we'll get 2 next time and have leftovers.
Okay. Well, because I was going to order it so that I can just have it ready.
Okay.
Pick it up after you guys are done.
Sure. Makes sense. I'll take a look for next time.
What?
Whistle to the bird.
Hi, Marty.
Oh, she's not breaking up with that. I wasn't sure with the noise gate. We were having issues with that last week. Made some changes. I don't think we've got anyone with the Mario Golf game, Full Piggy. If I hear somebody mention it, I'll forward them your way, I promise.
You journeyed to my temple and found the dragon. Yet instead of driving it off, you allowed it to stay. The songs of my faithful will never again fill the nest. And the beast and her young will slaughter many to feed their hunger.
Great life bears a cost.
Yes, and each should create wonders of commensurate value. What does a dragon create?
Big dragons create baby dragons. I think this is the most poetic, but he's not really into fire or death.
Their might inspires countless songs and tales, and the span of their
I wonder if I could
wings
pick
fills canvases
multiple
across
answers there.
Hylea. And you are one whose soul is filled with the same passionate energy.
I need to get in sun and
Indeed.
shadow.
You are the right person to end this tragedy. Yes, but not only to stop Thaos, to undo the tragedy he has wrought.
He has obeyed. The exiled queen urges him. So he's not really the final boss. There's really a Zeromus / Neo X-Death / let's see. Why would Woedica do this? Prizes authority over mercy, laws over kith. She values the souls of mortals not for the beauty they create, but what they can add to her power. Couldn't you stop Thaos on your own? All of the gods, even Woedica, are bound by an oath. We sing one harmony and kith sing another. We may introduce a new melody in hopes normally to hear and sing back. We do not interrupt their chorus. Okay, so there's got a non-intervention thing going on. Guide the trap souls back to the bodies they were stolen from, hollow-born children whose eyes have never seen the sun.
When you reach the Burial Isle, you will find souls there that I have granted reprieve for their sins. I give these to you.
I think the most ridiculous one is probably Necron in Final Fantasy IX. Literally nothing in the game hinting at it. At least with Zeromus, you hear a little bit about Zebus in the final dungeon.
Remember the conversation we have had. In that moment, you will have power rivaling a god's. And after it, you will live in the world that you have chosen. Choose Restoration, Watcher. Return the souls to the bodies they were stolen from. Swear to me that you will do this, and I shall give you power to make even Woedica quake.
It seems reasonable.
I can be merciful and terrible, Watcher.
And I shall remember. Cool.
Wait, I'm not done with you.
Passion is another side of my nature. There's nothing to forgive.
It's not often that any of our kind get the chance to speak to their... What should I call you? My mother? Father? Those words seem to fall short and yet be too generous, given our history.
Weird. So is she like
What did you expect?
half
Should
god?
I be happy? To be like this? To live like
I guess she
this?
is a bird person.
What kind of creator does this to her creation and abandons it in a world this cruel?
Parent of her race, I guess. Tell me what you
All I've ever
want.
wanted from any of your kind is to take some responsibility. Any responsibility for what you've done.
I don't think so, Full Piggy. It's going to be kind of rough. There's not a lot of streamers that have 3DS capture cards because there's only one company that makes them and they're on a pretty big back order. You can try checking the game on Twitch and see if there's any videos of streamers playing it. You could also, if you're looking for people to play with, a good source is probably the message board on Game FAQs. If someone wants to link to Game FAQs for Mario Golf World Tour. Those regular people are born with Catholic traits. Gotcha.
Come back here. We all deserve better.
God didn't help you. Big shock, Ballerina. Yeah, I still need to apply the mass votes. I've been spending more hours than I'd like to talk about on the phone with Comcast every morning this week. I was hoping to have all that time free. What's grooving? What am I stopping for?
Did you think you wouldn't be recognized here in your old home? I've seen your trials with my own eyes.
See, light pyres with good people tied to them.
Thuros, what are you doing?
New portrait. Treacherous iron wheel.
An assassin sent by the Inquisition, my lady. Daring to approach our camp.
She is so poor an assassin as to approach an armed guard in daylight. I should have little to fear. I would hear what this woman has to say.
Surely this is some trick of my mind. I did not expect to see you again.
Thaos, it's dispatched me here to spy on you. Wonder who this is. Yeah, hold on. This is usually where I would go to get people to play multiplayer with me.
I would like for you to stay here in our camp as my guest.
My lady Iovara, I beg of you. This is an Inquisitor. This is a desperate attempt on your life. The only way it can succeed is if you allow it to.
This is a missionary, same as I was, taught the wrong things as I was. If I can't have faith in one woman's ability to reason once she knows the truth, What hope do we have?
My lady, she admits being a spy.
That should make her less of a threat, wouldn't you agree? I have nothing to hide. All I see here is an opportunity to persuade someone who could help us. We have many former missionaries here. They are our most loyal, our most
I'm trying to be helpful. That should help you
Many
find
have
some people, though.
died
There's tons
for
of people
us.
on Game FAQs that
So
are
not
looking for
people we should
multiplayer
be
fun.
turning away.
I don't know if they're going to have
And
like a
if the
Discord
Inquisition
setup,
wants
but you
my
can at least
life, they
post
can have
a
it.
message
They
board.
know as well as I do that my cause will not die with me. Come. We have much to talk about.
So we think Iovara is the main character's mentor in a past life. Following that correctly? And that same main character in a past life worked for the big bad Thaos at one point. Need to go back to the Burial Isle. There's stuff to do there. CP, good deal. Oh, really? I didn't realize. So I remember picking that decision SERP. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah. So that changes the text there. Interesting. Thought I had this thing muted. Sorry. Ben, could you get down, buddy? Burial Isle. Oh, I thought I had already been to Burial Isle. Do I have to go there from Old Song or something? Maybe I loaded a save or something. Yeah, we'll get through stuff. No, I guess we can't just port there because we have to talk to like a ferry person. Oh, really? I didn't do the Gawain quest.
It stinks of her. It is justice. But if her greater purpose was to think Margaret would fall prey to such deceit. And Aethys. Widewind had always claimed to be invading Deerwood to free it. What if it were true? What if he had come to stop Woedica's plot before it began? Surely Aethys earned his death at Godhammer Citadel, but not for those reasons. Not to keep him silent. If such a thing has brought about this chaos, must we always be tools of gods? If Woedica and Margaret, if they are the cause of this, the Hollow Boon, if the purges were never necessary, if Aethys was fighting back.
Would have been better if you'd been spared this knowledge.
No, I am glad to have walked this far with you, seen this truth. Perhaps it was what I was meant to see, with a watcher's eyes.
Yeah, I have no plans on moving anytime soon.
All these dances
We would actually like to settle down here and get a house.
of men, twisted, ripping the souls of children, and by the gods, the goddess of justice. If I could end her like Aethys, Margaret burned her once. One can do so again. Woedica, she must answer to her own justice. Anyone with a shred of spirit seeks both justice and punishment. It burns in the heart of anyone who lives. All seek it. If the world does not balance, we all drown in the oceans. And the gods would not care. Margaret, she must be redeemed. And punishing Woedica, that will serve.
Are you sure she's not a willing
Is this
accomplice?
some final joke at my expense? To test my faith further? And why would you think that?
Would it be possible for me to select that I worship Woedica as at character creation? That would be kind of funny. I saw their symbols fade from your staff.
If all you have are questions, then I have enough of those. She is a bitch of a goddess, to be sure, but even a whore only goes so far in crossing those she serves. You answer a question with a question. Then why did I feel her disappointment at Halgot? Why were we shamed?
She tried to kill you. I wonder if that's a mechanics thing.
Kill me? She is a goddess. I still drink from her burning breasts, Watcher. If she wished me dead, she could trace me to my source and kill me.
You have been damaged. I saw in the guided revision. She may be unable to see you as you once were. Ow.
There's no proof, Watcher. I was a fool to think you could help me see any farther than I could.
Trust your staff.
They died in the blast, yes. The other 11. I was the only one to walk away. I thought we had wronged our goddess. That this was my trial, and if I could prove myself worthy of her! I should have known better. There is only one God of redemption, and I saw him ended.
A wave of heat, a terrible energy rolling forth from it in waves. It feels as if the Godhammer itself is alive in his hands, and past you hear a cry like a child being born, and your eyes feel the flash of white, then 100 imagined shades of purple and white, streaming and circling into the howling of a storm, and beneath it, the grinding of ancient machines of stone, rock, and metal, grinding and turning until all around you feels as if it's burning, sinking into the shadows of the earth, beneath the ground, the only place where a spirit might find refuge. That's a bellowing, horrid howl. We can make this right.
I served her. I followed her. Now I shall serve no one. Woedica's lies must be answered. And now it seems I must take fire and war from a goddess's false claim as well.
This is pretty awesome.
I still take from her strength as I
Given how, like,
for as long as it lasts.
Zealous this guy was.
For I shall not cast her aside yet, until I have drained her dry and had my fill, just as she intended for me.
Alternately, I'm not going to lose my priest abilities for the rest of the game, because that would be a super bummer for story reasons. Cool way of addressing that, though.
One of the lessons of the faithful. The faithful may wound a goddess greater than any enemy. A purification is coming, and this fire shall consume them both.
Good on that voice actor. Cool. That was pretty sweet.
Of course.
That'd be a pretty big surprise if, like, the god you chose to worship is actually the big bad. I wonder how that... Well, I guess there's lots of options. Maybe you ally with the goddess at the end. Alright, so we came here before. It was kind of a problem. We're like 2 levels higher now, so hopefully that will help.
I remember when I was a girl, and the missionaries came and told us about the gods. They said we could see them in the stars. I remember when I heard that, I snuck out at night and climbed the watchtower in the old fort because I wanted to see them better. That fort burned down a few years ago when we cast the missionaries out. It was the missionaries who set fire to it. They didn't want us to be able to use it. Shame. There was history in that fort.
Called this place home once. Do you worry about it? I worry about you. I'm worried about yourself. Half the guards plot your death at
miscalculated
night.
many things since this began. I'm relieved you weren't one of them. It's a good thing we didn't hang you. I always knew.
Oh, right, I do have all
would have
those mats, don't I?
But I never wanted to see Kratos
I can try
suffer
that.
on my behalf. I don't think I can stay here any longer. I am told the Inquisition is gathering an army, that they have sent messengers to bargain with rulers from distant lands. prey tomb is not built to withstand a siege. If war is coming, I should be doing what Thaos is doing. I will need allies. Allies in a stronghold that can resist an invading army.
You can feel words from long ago rising in your throat like a toxic black bile. Have you thought about Oceanus?
Oceanus. They have held off many would-be invaders, and their king has no love of the Inquisition's faith. I wonder, would he listen?
I wonder why our character is grossed out by that potential. Oh, I think somebody's wearing the wrong weapon again. Oh, maybe not. Thought I saw someone with a bow, like, absorbing spirit things. I think it was actually going to my watcher. And we were here before. We actually uncovered most of the map, killed most of the enemies. They were just super nasty. Full of ghosts. Yeah, I don't know if I remember the specific previous scene. Sure, Serp. What did I miss? Looks like Thaos in the back, maybe? Yeah.
Another turn, Inquisitor. I ask again, Iovara Ixensios, do you confess to these heresies of which you stand accused?
She has a similar name structure to Thaos.
Do you confess to apostasy?
I confess to renouncing a mistake.
Do you confess to conspiracy against the one true faith?
Oh, okay. See, I thought that by not lying to her in the flashback that, like, I was changing the path of the past, but I guess not. Like, that's something that my character did, lured Iovara over, and it was just, I just happened to be honest about the whole, yeah, I was sent to spy on you.
I confess.
I guess that's why almost every option was a lie. Cool, thank you for reminding me of that, Surf. That makes sense.
I confess to following a false prophet.
Indeed. And where might we find this heretic?
He wears the robes of a Grand Inquisitor.
Oh, shit.
You have no followers here, heretic. Your lies hold no sway in the court of the penitents.
Only my truth, then.
Another turn.
No! Wait! Wait! I'm ready. I'm ready.
You are ready to give a confession?
When it says signals the Inquisitor to hold, they're talking about me, right? I'm the Inquisitor in this past life.
You.
Nice. That was a pretty cool scene, man. Great pit lies in the shadow of the statue of Woedica. No light from the surface reaches the bottom, but even so, you catch flickers of a ghostly glow in the depths. Let's not jump in just yet. This has the feeling of a point of no return. Throw up a save game here. Go. Thwonk. Jumpy, jumpy, jump. Trusting in the promises of the gods and the power of the souls to bear you safely down. Sudden drop takes your breath away, but the souls catch you, encasing you in a shining, thrumming aura. While they slow your descent, you can still feel that you're falling faster than you should. Oh, that's good, sir. The essence flowing around you is strong but chaotic. You find yourself drifting toward the wall. Now, let's do resolve. Stat up something like that. And spread your arms and legs into an X, setting your position at the rate of your descent. You reach the court of the penitents, running old stones safely under your feet. Cool. Hey, completed Act 3. Alright, so this must be the final dungeon. Do you think it's possible that we'll finish it then in the next hour and 45 minutes?
Comes to an abrupt end. You remain still for a moment while your heart settles and your eyes adjust.
I didn't realize we were that close. I thought there was quite a bit more still in Act 3.
Before you, a narrow and eroded walkway becomes faintly visible in the dim light, cutting a winding path through a cavern so expansive it seems a world unto itself. In the distance, you can make out the cold gleam of living Adra veins that spike and fork in and out of view from the murky depths beneath.
That's pretty cool.
Their glow a faint and fleeting guide along the ancient trail. You look above at the opening you jumped through, now barely a speck of light like some distant star alone in the cosmos and forever out of reach. Your only way lies ahead.
Okay, well I don't plan on going over, so I guess just maybe I'll do Pillars of Eternity on Monday. Well, I guess we could finish Pillars and Shenmue on Monday, because Shenmue is going to be way less than time. It'll be cool.
Well, that went better than I expected.
The game might be over soon. This is the final act.
I think I dislocated my...
I forgot to buy... Holy shit, that's really bad. Back to sneaking mode. I forgot to buy more camping supplies, so hopefully there's some in the dungeon. / a merchant that lives in the Woedica hell pit.
Of course.
Huh? Found something.
Here we go. Yeah, it'll actually be, there's still a slot from Bravely Default technically, so it'll be 3 things all at once. So basically what we'll do is we'll just do one big auction, and then the top 3 bids will get to pick what they want. Assuming we end up beating both next week.
Found something.
Shit. Bad feeling about this. Oh great, the final dungeon has ghosts. Who's shocked? Dive bomb dragons are pretty cool. Yeah, so it'll be 2 greater than 30-hour game slots and 1 less than 30-hour game slot will go up. So like if you win, you get to pick which of the 2 you want. And then once the one or the other is gone, we'll pass to the next person and so on. Oh really? I can chant my weapons? There's an ability that makes me better against ghosts. That would be nice. So little space to attack in here.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little while to catch them up. Oh, I see what you're saying, Leon. Yeah, let me think about it. I'll make the rules very clear when we actually switch it over. That would be nice to just get 3 less than 30-hour games on there, and that would become much closer to equalizing it. Sorry, it's been a few weeks. I've had a rough couple of weeks with Comcast here, losing my brain. All right, Undertale 3D, really? For the 3DS? That might be worth playing again.
Nice.
Actually, do we know a release date for that, Chaos? Because I'll do my genocide run on the 3DS version. That would be pretty sweet. Of all the systems to develop for, 3DS's, that's a big shock. Oh, HD. Okay. Okay. What's Undertale HD?
Finished.
Be cautious. Be constant.
Alright, we can try this whole weapon enchanting thing, why not? Saying it's slaying spirit. Vessels are zombies, I see. I'm guessing the animats are vessels though, right? And there are some of those guys in here. Oh, I used up all my mats. That's fine. Oh, it uses some of the flowers that you find. That's cool. Oh yeah, that's got to be an April Fool's joke, right? Oh man, Chaos. That's such a bummer. They did that with the one that got me, if it was like 5 or 6 years ago, was Mushroom Kingdom Hearts, that they were gonna do a Kingdom Hearts game with Nintendo characters, and I was so stoked. Turned out to be a big April Fool's lie. Okay, so animats are animats are vessels, but they're less of a problem. So I'd rather have the benefit against ghosts anyway.
You're not getting through me.
New Hot Shots Golf. I could see a 3DS port of the game working. Like, it wouldn't have to actually be 3D. I'm trying to think the last 3DS game that actually played with the 3D turned on. But the HD thing that's goofy. They should just become really crisp, right?
Nice and slow. Finished.
Should be able to take care of all the traps, I would expect. Two-handing Morningstar with missing item mod 264. I wonder what that does. Chance to destroy spirits in a critical hit. Extra attack speed. That sounds really good. Give that to someone who I need attacking all the time. Probably her, actually. What's her current close? Yeah, I'll take that all day. The cave story looks really good in HD. That would be the kind of treatment I would expect from a re-release of Undertale, but I don't think it needs a re-release on PC. I would just like to see it on more platforms. It just seems, with all the like save file shenanigans that Undertale does, it feels like it would be really hard to port it to another platform. Save file shenanigans and some of the shenanigans in the final boss fight wouldn't really work on like a Wii U. Spirit Slaying seems pretty nice. I think the reason Mushroom Kingdom Hearts got me so bad is because it seemed totally reasonable. Rocket League 2 Boats Ball. There is a post on Reddit saying they should do Rocket League Hungry Hungry Hippos, which could actually be kind of awesome if they did it right.
Keeping an eye out.
Hey, look, it's the Pillars of Eternity. Wink at the screen. They said the thing. The titular, the eponymous.
Found something.
Oh. That's nice. I should do a title drop sound effect. That could be funny. I could probably make it long since it doesn't happen all the time in games.
You're not getting through.
This depends what game it is. Like, Oh man, it really is the Dragon Age. It is not. I'll think of something.
That's not. Can't get a good.
You're not. You're not good.
Titular is a good word. I like eponymous as well. Right.
Keeping an eye.
I'd probably have to be careful with grabbing a like a Futurama or Simpsons soundbite. Like if you've noticed on YouTube, that stuff gets triggered for copyright violation way more often than anything else. Almost every Simpsons clip on YouTube has some weird bullshit going on, like it's reversed. Oh, does this thing heal us? That's pretty sweet. If you stand in this thing, or am I just seeing shit? Looked like everybody's health recovered when I walked in it. Be a nice alternative to camping supplies. You can just heal for free from those things.
Finished.
More ghosts and shit. Wander over yonder. Yeah. Oh, I played Star Fox, or actually I watched somebody play Star Fox Zero at PAX. There was like a 3-hour line for it the whole time. It looks super good. I'm excited for it. Okay, keep moving this way.
I'll take a look.
Double click the door on accident. Malfunctioning Star Trek door. Later, Propagable. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time. Well, it seems to fade until you just adjust to its intensity, or it was. Iovara seeps into existence. An idolic shade hovering above the poisonous floor. Or the moist prison floor. Jesus, it's Ilse Dexic tonight. Appears different to you now. Slight stoop to her carriage, sunkenness in her eyes.
My old pupil. You are a welcome sight. But
Her
a worrying one as
portrait
well.
is different looking.
Do you still wander lost in the darkness after all these many years? You are
I'm
so
a different person
now from who you were then, yet much remains the same. A gallant gesture, if a bit misguided. And yet I suspect there is more to this than you have said.
I like her voice actress. She puts some really subtle intonations.
I can only guess your presence here
Although the
has
voice acting in
something
this
to
game
do
is
with
generally quite
Thaos.
good.
The energy of this place changes when he is near. I don't know what he has done, but I do know of the souls that pass through here now. They do not come by choice. After
Power
all this
Woedica.
time, he would still stand against the tide. I will tell you what I remember.
Something about that lifetime my soul can't let go of. I need to know what it is, and I'm running out of time. I see moments from that life of you, the Inquisition, and
I can
Thaos.
see his influence, still hanging like a weight about your neck. So it always was. He had inspired something in you. We spoke of him the last time you were here also. It was just after the trial. You were agitated. I think because you started to consider that what I was teaching may have been true.
And what was that?
That the gods aren't real.
Ooh. Well, it makes sense now.
I'd dreaded the idea from the moment the Delimgon suggested it. And yet, it almost feels like a relief.
I wonder what they're going to mean by the gods aren't being
She's
real.
not serious.
Perhaps not to her. Many are those whom the gods have scorned. This is petty retribution.
Oh, that's a bummer, because you'd expect Durance would have changed his tone.
Doesn't
We'll
seem
see.
possible.
What I taught was that the gods whose faith we had been spreading were not gods at all, but something else entirely. Something created by people.
So this is the holy shit moment of Pillars of Eternity, and I'm like really excited to see where they're going with it. Who created the gods?
They were conceived by Engwith,
The Engwithans.
a society of high minds and broad concerns. Thaos' people. In their time, every people worshipped its own gods. Sometimes they warred over it. After a few wars of their own, the Engwithans sought an end to it. They devoted all their energy to finding the true creators. Generation after generation, they prodded and worked the stitching of the world and unlocked its secrets. One day, they found an answer. Except the answer was no answer at all. There were no gods to be found. Or if there ever were, they were gone.
Oh, that's super cool. I also love that, like, the existence of the gods is so forcefully woven into the storyline of this game. That's pretty wild. Yeah, Diogenesis.
It shook them, this finding. If they could discover this on their own, how long until others would?
A world
How long
without
before
consequence.
war and chaos reigned over a world without consequence. But they had mastered many things in their pursuit of these answers. And with their mastery, they crafted their own gods to fill the void, and sent missionaries to the corners of the world to spread their faith.
Oh, that's awesome. I actually kind of have a similar theme in my D&D campaign. It's not exactly the same idea. Really excited to bring that back. This is getting ideas spinning in my head for it.
I never thought of it as fate, but I think you are right to call it that. Let the world see. Let them
Iovara was the first atheist.
That was my faith.
Well, not the first atheist. The willful atheist.
Because the gods brought me hope that I wanted to bring to others. For a time, the truth sent me to a dark place. Then the day came when I realized nothing had changed. That I still had a purpose, and the purpose was the same.
Yes, sir, Johan. I promise that idea is not going away. I would love to do it, like, today.
In public, exposing their parlor tricks. In time, their following became mine.
This is really well written. This is probably written by someone who actually lost their faith. I don't talk about this too much on stream because it can be a little alienating. There's people from all kinds of creeds and backgrounds, but this is what it's like, more or less. I grew up in an extremely religious household. My dad is a ordained Lutheran minister, if that gives you context. And I remember this basic idea that when you lose your faith, it takes you to a dark place for a while, and you come out of it and you're like, no, I can still be good. You know, nothing has changed. I still have purpose. The purpose is the same, and life is worth living. Yeah, that doesn't shock me, Serp. It reminds me of some of the twists in the Golden Compass books.
The Engwithan missionaries all knew it, but they never told the rest of us. They meant it to be a
It fits in
secret
this
that
universe.
God
It's a cool idea.
And in the end,
No one implies
they
that like a
allowed
secret
their
society
bloodlines
of
to fade from
wizards and magicians created the
I had
real
been
world
assigned to join the
pantheons
few
and
in that
gods,
temple.
right? That's a cool
I found
idea.
The door to their chambers closed, but the room was stone and the door thin. Their voices carried. I heard enough. I investigated the things they spoke of, and everything was there, just as they said it'd be.
What she didn't talk about, though, Chaos, was going into a, like, militant phase of, oh no, I've discovered the truth, now I have to proselytize like everybody else. I have to be evangelical and spread the good news of there is no God. Which turns out isn't very productive. Like, I think that a lot of people go through that phase and then realize, you know what? Some people believe different things, and belief can be a good thing, and just encourage people when they're doing right and discourage them when they're doing wrong, and don't let it be used for evil. That's pretty cool, Leon. Yeah. Oh, I suppose you're right. She did kind of become an evangelical atheist. Few Anglicans found my words persuasive and joined my cause. That's why she's a heretic.
You asked me this once before. Nothing
I kind of want to play this game
is
again now,
proof,
with this
and it may be
context.
certainty your soul craves.
I like that they hinted at it too earlier, that it's not just
But if
this
you are bound
sudden
for the
surprise
same
in the
place
dungeon.
Thaos directs these souls. You will see for yourself, as you once did.
I risked that pretty seriously. Chaos. There's still wounds there that haven't healed. I think that the fact that I'm like, I try to be a generally good person and do right by others and kind of still follow the whole do unto others as you would do unto you golden rule has earned me favor. There's no one who thinks of me as like a heretic and a monster. And certainly people have changed their thoughts on what exactly merits whether or not you should be hellbound based on my situation, my sister's situation. But yeah, it's a scary phase. I know people that probably would leave their faith if their faith wasn't like synonymous with their community and they didn't have so many people around them that they loved that they would just crush. Because that's a scary thing, right? If you think that your best friend or your son or your daughter or your brother or your sister is going to burn in hell forever, like, that's awful. Why would you put somebody through that?
Everyone faces this truth at one time or another. Few confront it. Few have the stomach to ask what if. And in avoiding the question, they deny themselves an identity of their own.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Yahan. There was some drama with me living with Andrea before we got married too. So we had to be careful it was kind of like a walking on eggshells situation. I hear you, man. I don't know, I think it's character building. I can only say that with retrospect. But yeah, that sounds really awful. I've gotten into pretty nasty fights because like I'm the older sibling. I have a younger sister, Robin, and she's kind of gone through the same thing, a little bit different. But like at this point, I try to shield her from the problem. It's a Marstead gets real about faith hour thanks to Pillars of Eternity. Everybody, have fun. But anyway, I try to shield my sister from some of that bullshit. So like when my grandma gets on her for not being married to her boyfriend, I'm like, what would that change? What would her having a legal document from the state of Ohio change about their relationship? Nothing. Like, why do you care? Leave her alone. Oh, what do you mean by that, Johan?
What if all the tragedy, all the persecution, came in defense of an imposter?
Yeah, let me be clear to anyone watching now who is religious, or anyone watching in the future on YouTube who is religious. Like, good. I'm glad that you have your faith. You should keep it. It's probably a good thing in your life, and keep it as a good thing. When I talk about the bad stuff, I'm talking about, when people are hurt through faith. When we see this recently with the whole gay rights movement, when a son or a daughter finds out that they're gay and their parents reject them because of it, and not because their parents are not loving people, but because their parents believe that that's what they're supposed to do, that's the way that they can best love their kid, is to reject them. That's the thing that I don't like and would be vocal in fighting against.
That's not... That can't be right. Aethys, he's done miracles for people.
Really, no kidding, Leon. You get tax benefits. You get tax benefits. I guess I get the lack of hassle. Like when I was working at Chase, and I would have to call and say, "Hey, sorry, I'm gonna be a little bit late to work today. I need to drop my girlfriend off at the airport." They'd be like, "Oh, okay. You gotta drop off your girlfriend." whatever. And I'd say, like, I'll be late to work. I have to drop my wife off at the airport. Like, oh shit, that's serious. We're not going to give you shit for that. Go ahead. That sounds like a family emergency. Like, what's the difference? There isn't one, but whatever.
The power of the gods is undeniable. The truth of the story they weave is not. What if it were forbidden knowledge rather than fault that earned your doom? What of your guilt?
That's cool with Ader. Hey Calvin. Oh, awesome. I'm enjoying Mitomo so far. It's pretty sweet.
The Watcher has shown me as much. But it was not until now that I understood how truly desperate she was. The depths of her deception.
Okay, so Durance is acknowledging the fact that we just did that quest. Good looking out, making sure that I finished that quest before we came down here, Serp. That makes a pretty big difference in the story here.
You speak of her deceptions, but what of your own? Was it her words that led you down your path? Or was it the absence of her words?
Yeah, whether you're family or not.
The gap that you filled with your own broken thoughts.
I hear you on that one, Leon. That is, actually, I think that's the main reason why Andrea married me. Because she was thinking about how irritating it would be if she was in the hospital and I couldn't visit her. Because we didn't have a piece of paper. So that's why we went to the courthouse and just took care of it. I think apostated, you can use that. It's a little archaic in at least American English. I guess you might say I lost my faith, or I left the church, or I became an atheist, or... But it's correct. You are an apostate. Although I guess apostate has like a heretical connotation to it. You know, it's not just like I don't have faith. It's like I am kind of bad for it. That's really good, Jahan. I've shared that point of view with people before. So I would, people would say, why aren't you going up for communion? Like, why don't you come to church and go to communion? And be like, well, I feel like it would be offensive to you and everyone else here if I went and had communion, because I was a serious enough Christian for a long enough time that I understand the severity of communion. And for me to take it as someone who doesn't really believe in it, that should be more offensive to you than me sitting down, right? Beads of sweat coalesce in Durance's forehead and trickle down the sides of his face. So Durance is really freaked about this, understandably.
Always been alone, without guidance.
Well, as poorly as I've chosen my guides, I suppose it would be a comfort to know that I'm free of them.
Right. It's tough, Spiky. It's really hard to get into that mode to empathize on the other side. I mean, I was like a die-hard creationist back in the day, and now, that's ridiculous. Like even thinking about having to have that argument doesn't make any sense. But I can remember how I used to feel and why I felt it was true, and why the arguments I heard were true, and I can try to imagine myself as the other person still having those arguments. It gets it's almost harder sometimes when you've like rationalize your way out of it, because you get this feeling that, if I rationalize my way out of it, anyone else can rationalize their way out of it, or that because my path ended with me not believing anymore, that's the correct path for everyone, and if I just combine the right sequence of words, other people will understand where I'm coming from and believe what I believe. But I think that's the same thing that a lot of religious people will do, and it's the same truth that they believe in, that I understand it makes me happy. Can I just make other people happy too? Yeah, I was a goth creationist. Those were contemporaneous, Jahan.
The freedom has always been. It was the guidance that was the illusion.
That's a cool line. I'm progressing through this conversation really slowly to talk about stuff, but the conversation's really cool too.
What if our burdens come to us not because they are meant to be, but because they happen to be?
We fulfill them anyway, because they still matter to the people around us, even if we know better.
I can hear that, Sagani.
What if even mastery over all things cannot answer the most basic of questions?
I stopped asking those questions long ago. It is enough to care for those we love with the time we have in this life.
I am all on board with Pelagino's comment there. What if we can be assured of nothing? The only value is in things we create ourselves. We best build our own strength so we can bear it. When we cease to exist as beings, peace can be found. Then it is the questions that have always posed more value than their answers. Then the fewer people who realize that, the better. All we can do is endure. I think my thought process aligns most with option number 1. Like, my world philosophy is that, like, yeah, we're approaching the heat death of the universe. I don't believe in an afterlife, so I think that this one life we have is all we have. And that the best you can do is to try to, like, have as positive an influence on as many other beings as possible in your lifetime. Just even slight little changes to their path have this ripple effect that passes throughout the world. And that gets tough because if you think, well, if we're just approaching the heat death of the universe, what does it matter? We're a little gray dot, speck of dust in a sunbeam, then everything's going to get extinguished and it's not going to matter. But I think that it matters in the moment for the people who are alive and having experiences. So that's where I get my source of value, is being good to others and setting them on better paths and creating more happiness than sorrow in the world. So I think I like the idea that the only value is the things we create ourselves. Yeah, very similar story, Yukupo.
Verus.
Yeah, very, very
we find
humanist.
purpose in ourselves and in the people in our lives.
I agree, Pelgina.
There is bliss to be found in the things we create, but sorrow as well.
And everything that we create will eventually be destroyed. Eventually you will be completely forgotten.
And its creator's creator. Art and song are creations, but so are weapons and lies. We must be careful that our creations do not consume us.
She raises a good point here. I think, too, that, like, part of the beauty of life to me is that it is temporary, that there isn't, at least in my mind, I don't believe that there's an eternity after this one. So, like, the fact that there is a final moment, that this is temporary, means that each passing moment is that much more precious. And having been someone who previously believed in eternity, like, in that mode, you still think that moments are precious too. But I don't know, I think that there's awe, there's power in that.
I ask these things not to trouble you, but to show why they must be confronted. No answer is simple, but somewhere between them all lies a truth so beautiful, not even a god could conceive it. Do we not owe ourselves a chance to find our part in it?
No, people need to know that things happen for a reason. Fabricated reason is better than that. I completely disagree with that. I think my answer is closer to 3. I don't think it makes a difference at the end of the day, but I'm going to pick 1. I think that's more in line with my character has been selecting so far.
If that is truly what you believe, then you are a far different person than the one I knew. I've been alone here with my thoughts for so long now. I've found peace with my failures, and with my punishment. I no longer curse fate for what might have been. But there is one thing that has clawed and
Enjoy pub trivia, Chaos.
all these years.
Good chat with you.
One thing that will not be put to rest until I know. Until I understand.
This game is it's like medieval fantasy, and it's a universe where there's a theme of reincarnation. So souls are real, and when you die, your soul re-enters the life stream basically from Final Fantasy VII, and then repopulates other souls. There's an ancient civilization that existed called the Angwithans that built all these ruins. They also built machines that could manipulate the flow of souls, and we've just recently realized that those machines may have been used to at least power this one goddess called Woedica. Not really a goddess, but like maybe a manifestation of magical energy or something like that, and they were manipulating souls to that end. The main character is a reincarnated member of the Inquisition, so one of the people that was trying to enforce the belief in the Pantheon. I worked under this bad guy named Thaos, that was also like trying to turn on these machines and drive souls out of people. And Thaos is still around. He's like super old, and he's still turning on machines. And when the machine is on, it keeps souls from re-entering the life stream, so babies are born without souls. They're like hollow-born.
I need to know why you chose to remain with the Inquisition, even after you'd learned the truth. Do you remember?
What would I actually select here? We'll go with this one, because I don't think I'd pick any of these, but I don't like being beholden to a past life.
Woedica gifted him a great many things, but his ability to manipulate was always his own. Good. The things I taught, the things I believed, I needed to hear that. I needed to know it wasn't because...
Because what? You still rather believe in a lie? Yeah, I can see why that pains her so much. I've had that argument before where I've when in my militant phase where I was arguing with somebody and they got really upset and said, please just stop arguing. This isn't making me feel good. This is making me feel bad. And I felt really terrible for it. Do my opinion matter so much to you?
You were a blank slate to me once. A blank slate that I had taught the wrong things.
This is my first playthrough. I haven't played the expansions, but it's likely that
undo what I had done.
It might get added as a
to embrace the truth.
Separate game to the voting spreadsheet eventually, then we'll play through it, since it sounds like the two expansions together are about as long as the main game, or comparable in length.
You had heard both sides, seen everything. If not you, then who?
I'm not gonna be able to convince everyone of everything. Yeah, let's go with this one. Always be dissent.
But I needed to know that true faith would prevail. Perhaps I've been wrong to place so much importance on one person's actions. It was all I could do to feel like there was an answer. Even knowing what you've told me, some part of me knows it doesn't truly answer what I wish to.
So it's more than 20 hours though, right?
An eternity of silent contemplation. I will have only my guesses and suspicions, and that will have to do. And what of your understanding?
Yeah, okay, so...
Are you at ease with the choice you made?
Significant, but could fit in the less than 30 hours category. Do it again. It wasn't me who made that cherry, so I bear no responsibility for it. I think I'll go ahead and apologize, even though this is the answer that I would actually pick. I don't think I have the option of not believing in reincarnation. It seems like that is a natural phenomenon in this universe.
There's nothing to forgive. The fault was always mine. I led you down the path that led to Thaos. When I tried to steer you back, it was too late. To have taught someone wrong is far worse than to have done wrong yourself. Long have I wished to make amends for this, but the time has long since passed.
Yeah, it takes a little while. There's a bit of a learning curve, and I think that the game kind of starts to shine once you have a full party 5B. It's a little rough when you're just by yourself or you have one other person, but once you've got a full party and you get into the swing of things, what difficulty are you playing on?
The source of your soul's anguish. But now I see I was mistaken. You are not divided on this matter. You have put it behind you. It is with Thaos that your agony lies, in sun and shadow. Your questions are not for me, but for him. And it may be that only an answer from the mouth of Thaos himself will satisfy your needs.
Perhaps.
Yet if there is anything I can tell you that would be of use, ask and you shall know.
Are you bound here to the end of
In a
time?
manner of speaking. This is Breith, the court of the penitents. Souls are confined here until they...
I'm so curious. I wonder if,
must beg the forgiveness of
the machines aren't just built to power Woedica, but they're built to power the magical emanations that are all of the gods, so that they appear to have influence over the world.
They receive leniency, but not true mercy. The spite of Woedica is eternal. They linger above. This prison was full once in the days of the Inquisition. But time weathers all...
Oh, that's such a cool idea.
I'm the only tenant who remains. Yet, I feel their presence...
Normal difficulty seems pretty reasonable. Have you played CRPGs before 5B?
You have brought many of them here. They cry out for the judgment of Thaos. You have struck some bargain with the gods, then.
Like Baldur's Gate 2 or Neverwinter Nights or Icewind Dale.
because they would bend you to their own purposes. Engwith built gods from ideals, and an ideal on its own is a grotesque and vicious thing. But these souls, these forgiven the gods have bequeathed.
I feel like you get a little bit of a leg up coming into this game if you've played a similar game before.
They will be with you to the very end.
Tell you what I believe, but again, it would be no proof. Only that I've seen. I was telling about it. There's only one man who can tell you now who knows it to a certainty, and you shall face him soon enough. That's not soon enough. How is it you speak a deer? And that's a really good question. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Talking in my head.
I could not say for sure.
This is,
but you have been to
like, so games like this, like Mass Effect, Dragon Age, like there's always a pivotal conversation that's like the coolest conversation in the game. I think that's what this is. Unless if something cooler happens after this. In Mass Effect for me it was the Vigil conversation and the Sovereign conversation. It blew my mind.
His words mattered to you when you knew him then.
Yeah, I almost feel like you're gonna get overwhelmed pretty quickly, 5B, if you try to do that on your first playthrough. I've had the benefit of not stressing myself out too much with that on Twitch because I'm trying to play through it at a reasonable pace. But if I were playing it at home, what I'd probably do is just roll something and just play the game and just pick abilities. And when I get to maybe the 50% point, say, okay, let's actually go back and look what these stats do. You know, play it on easy to start with, then bump it up to normal. Because it is a lot. They throw a lot of stuff at you at the beginning. In general, it's much more user-friendly than something like Baldur's Gate 2, but it does have a problem of not giving you a lot of help in the UI. Like, it doesn't tell you if a piece of equipment you're about to wear is an upgrade. It doesn't tell you if a piece of equipment you're about to wear shares a stat with something else you already have equipped and therefore would be useless. So I think it's better to play it on an easier difficulty, like easier normal, get used to it, and then maybe come at it a second time with a better understanding of what's going on mechanically.
He cares only for the secret he keeps locked away. He destroys anyone who might discover it, no matter their chances. That's why he's always
I hear that,
favored
sir.
Woedica. It isn't in her love of promises or justice. It's her disregard for the rules. Her willingness to do what is necessary. To Thaos, she's not a deity, but an ally with which to conspire. When her power waxes, she does as she pleases with this realm, as well as hers. And she wants that secret guarded as much as he. If Thaos succeeds, there will be a shift in the balance of power among the gods. Woedica was vanquished once, when the other gods decided she had gone too far, and her power diminished. With this infusion, there is no telling what she will do. The only certainty is that there will be chaos in their realm, as well as ours. You will not find a more resolute being on all of the
He put all his points into resolve.
Nor spell you could cast, nor pain you could inflict that would make him reveal what he hides. Thaos will not wait for you. If you do not catch up to him now, you may never find him again.
Let's not do the repent thing.
For my part in leading you to Thaos in the very beginning.
I wonder if you can actually get her to join your party if you talk her into repenting, but I wouldn't do that.
I've given you here proves more useful. If ever we should meet again, in this life or any other, I hope to find you at peace.
Me too. Alright, that was a cool, kick-ass conversation. Big fan. I have to make some decisions now. I think I've got all the gear that I want. I might change some people's enchantment on their armor. Enchantment? Attribute bonuses. Oh, not every item can be enchanted, I guess. Or maybe it already is if it's yellow, I'm understanding. But this one can take additional upgrades, though. I'm going to do of Constitution. Weapons, shields, and chest armor. Okay. Gotcha. Some of them are already enchanted. Sure. That makes sense. Let's roll with this and let's get moving. Maybe it's down those stairs. I can't believe that it's even allowed for you to not come into this room, right? It seems so important.
You're not getting through me.
There's our little dragons.
That's not very helpful.
Not even slowing it down. Yeah. Yeah.
Can't get a good shot.
Don't like fighting in these tight corridors. There we go. Get some sweet loot. Guess they give you some nice shields.
Found.
Whoa.
Something.
Let's do this. That's the one we stepped on. Guess that makes sense. I thought I had already checked for traps in that area. I don't think I was close enough to it. Oh, I see. We would have had to have gone through that room. I see the staircase now.
So, it's true. The gods are a sham that people have followed for thousands of years.
Yes, that's correct.
Hey. Well, doesn't that just beat all?
Oh, awesome, 5B.
Here I was, wondering all this time whether all these terrible things were people's fault or the gods. Turns out they might be the same thing.
I like you, Hater. Yeah, I want to beat every awesome game ever made live on Twitch, so that would include both Baldur's Gate games. Looking forward to playing them again.
Things would have gone different 15 years ago if the raid Sarens had been told.
Remember, I played Baldur's Gate 2 so long ago, I don't remember too much from it, but I do remember John Arenicus as a voice actor, the Winged Lady, and the Beholder dungeon being super creepy.
I could see the rebellion still happening, but I don't know. When Woden left for war, we had a fight, as brothers will.
Of course.
About him going off to war. He was set on it. But my parents warned him. They said you get a new country with every trip across the border, but your God, you only get the one. Me? I didn't know who was right. All I knew was I didn't want him to go. It's the same for families as it is for gods. You only get the one. I said every vicious thing I could think of, trying to change his mind. He brushed it off. Just got me madder, of course, him being so calm.
That sounds about right.
He said I should come with him, but he'd understand if I didn't want to. I told him he'd better be able to face his God one day and answer for what he'd done. He said he'd keep that in mind. And then he was gone.
The new team that owns the rights to it, 5B, is that right?
By the time I'd cooled off, months had passed.
Yeah, right.
One morning it dawns on me that my brother.
That was a much more serious metric for me to follow. Back when games tended to be way more expensive, but now that you can find lots of really good games for like $5, I often tend to prefer the short, succinct, really high quality experiences like your Shadow of the Colossus. Although I still have a good place in my heart for the really long, awesome games. Obviously, the preponderance of like JRPGs on my voting spreadsheet is indicative of that.
Crossed my mind.
There was a time in my gaming career, though, where I definitely felt like if I'm paying $60 for a game, it had better be at least 120 hours long.
I hope that wasn't it. I hope he went there because it's what he thought was right. Still one more mess we gotta straighten out. Come on, then. I still owe you one.
Yeah, I think that got a couple people in chat that are itching to get me to play Persona. I've actually never played the series. Persona 3 is on the voting spreadsheet, and I'll play that first, I think, because the idea is that it's hard to go back to 3 after you played 4. Then after 3 is done, look at 4 on there.
I shall be discreet.
Search for Thaos.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we note a rather sharp drop somewhere around here?
Place is hella dark by design. Of regen. Ring of Searing Flames. What is that? Oh. Okay. I feel like saying Persona 4 Golden is like, you know how you can chant Beetlejuice's name? It's like that for Darkstar. Yeah, this music's really good. It's a beacon of light. Man, am I understanding this correctly? Did they use souls as lampposts and shit? Frickin' Angwithans. Bunch of dicks.
Full of surprises, aren't you?
Look at the size of this place.
We light our own path now, Watcher.
Can you do that again? I had something in my eye. I missed most of it.
Nice and slow.
Boots of Speed. I like both of those words. Oh, move speed. Well, in this game I don't really care about move speed, but in almost every other game, like, move speed is the most important stat to me. Anything that increases mobility, just fundamentally, it makes the game go faster. Actually, when I first started this game and I rolled a chanter, I was really excited about one of the chants that increases move speed, but it's only in combat, so it doesn't really matter.
Keeping an eye out.
Little corpses on the walls, crafting items and shit.
Found something.
What we got here? Swift action, quickness. Oh, another one of these. These are really good. Give that to Ader, actually. Go in the stash this time. There we go. Somehow I managed to never give him gloves. I don't know how it happened, but okay. Yeah, exactly, Spiky. That's the problem. If it was like an aura of increased move speed or something, that would be different. Not click this. Really, it's a dragon corpse, but
I shall be discreet.
Solo builds are all like the Chanter one where you leave little ice trails behind you. Whoa, big shadow dragon. Drake, excuse me. Seems like he takes a lot of damage. Maybe I should kill the other guys first and then switch to Drake.
You're not getting...
Shades of the Angwithans. Yeah, but that only really works if you have like a single character. It would be really hard to micro lots of characters for kiting, I imagine. That's pretty cool, sir. Knockdown on the Darby. Alright, so because it was my first time seeing one, I got XP for it. I do like that system. Chalky bits of bone break away between your
Steady
fingers.
does it.
I wonder if that Shadow Drake we fought was the corpse of that thing. Bracers of deflection. Deflection +5. I think most people already have a deflection bonus. Let's see if anyone doesn't have gloves. She might not actually. And we want her to have more, so I'll take it. Oops. Yes, BGM's cool. I like the little whispers in the background too. Tundra Tara. Let's not jump this thing.
Keeping
Another way we
quiet.
could have gotten here in the first place, I assume. Court. Guessing this is to summon more mobs. Yes, ma'am. God, I really, really love the Fire Drake attack. It's super cool. Whoa! No dying. Forbid you from dying, main character. I think she's like paralyzed or something. Hold on. Okay.
Leave it to me.
Punch the shit out of the Shadow Drake. I don't know reason to cast spells here. I mean, I guess I could use his encounter spell. It doesn't look like he'll do it with the AI script I've got set up. Not gonna matter, but hey, why not? Summon my ogres.
Leave it to me.
There's some extra damage there at the end. Avoid some more incoming damage to the main character. It's her health starting to fail there. So only have one, what do you call it?
Then.
One camping supply, so I kind of be careful using it.
Keeping an eye out.
I really like the design of this area too. This game is very pretty. It kind of has that all the pre-rendered backgrounds are paintings quality to it.
You're not getting through me.
Can't get a good shot.
Leave it to me.
Should be camping supplies in this dungeon.
That's not very helpful.
What's the problem with Chanters?
Leave it to me. Keeping an eye out.
Sneaking around looking for shit. Yeah, oh right, sure. They're nice for those really big, crazy fights. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Aki fall. I can empathize, not just sympathize.
I'll take a look.
Oh, really? Am I that close? Maybe I should start moving then. I don't want to go over on time, but I ended up taking a lot more time with the really cool conversation because I didn't want to have like 10 minutes in the next session of Pillars of Eternity. I've gone late almost every night this week, so try not to.
Slow and silent.
Finally. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is my favorite tropes in gaming, the long hallway. where you just go a long path that's just kind of building dread before the final confrontation. I'll go ahead and play the theme song for it as we walk here. That's what it looks like from the. It's a spiral long hallway. You know, it's like the path to Dracula in Castlevania. The staircase, different forms in different games.
You know what that is? It's the long hallway. You know it's at the end, right? It's the boss. You ready? Let's go beat him. Finally, it's the long hallway at the end of the game. It's a trope, not a cliche. Judgment Day, the boss is right this way. Can't let him slip away. Come and join me in the long hallway, hallway, hallway. It's the long hallway, hallway, hallway.
Greater powers than me to answer to.
Seems pretty cool. Big fan.
Me as well.
Of might +2. I might give that to somebody before we go to this fight. To him, actually. Yeah, I like the spiral form on it. With Thaos talking to you on the way. That's cool. That must be the
This is a missionary,
statue.
same as I was. Taught the wrong things as I was. Osionis. They have held off many Woedica.
You are ready to give a confession?
I am ready to hear one from
The confession
you.
being that God is dead. Quick save. Probably want to do a long hallway save as well. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Everybody gets a level up before the final boss fight. Do it real quick. I'll take the points. Durance below 1%. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Makes it even harder for Ader to die. Don't even need to think about that one. Yeah, good timing. Probably want to heal here too. Like, use my one camping supply. Spell Mastery. I think we want to do Restore Light Endurance. Or Iconic Projection. That does a little healing too. Yeah, for sure. Put some points in Athletics in case people need to heal themselves. Stunning the enemy. Hit or critical hit. That seems pretty good. And it's always on, which is a jam. Level 6 spells. Shit. Well, we want these because they're enemies only. What about the pillar, though? Yeah, that seems great, too. What about Chain Lightning? Go with Chain Lightning. And I guess we'll just take Necrotic Lance as Spell Mastery.
I'm ready.
Athletics. Oh, round Aloth, which he shouldn't have anyone next to him. Get the accuracy bonus to a nearby ally. And we're going to rest.
Hey! Hey! You gotta stop it with that. I just about punched you to snap you out of it. You were saying things, but they weren't any words I ever heard. You were shaking so hard I thought you'd crack your spine.
It sounds pretty bad. What do I do without a friend to punch me?
Needed. I'd evoke you sooner, but I thought it'd be nice for you to be able to close your eyes a bit. Folks don't last long without sleep. You're twitchy these days. Reminds me of Mayorwald more than I'd like. Anything I can do, you just let me know.
Is this like part of a romance dialogue with Ader?
Hang on a little longer. We'll get you fixed up.
Okay, let me do that save again.
I understand.
Pretty cool. Walls lined with adra and trimmed with copper. At the far end, a great pillar of adra pierces the floor and below like a ragged spike. Thoughts are not your own, and they are all questions. Nice. Oh, there's no romance in this game. That's surprising.
You are far from your post, Inquisitor. What brings you here? The Inquisition was based on the need to cut the flesh from a rotting wound.
To where are the statues?
They are monuments to Woedica's greatest servants among my people. I hope to join them myself one day. It has many uses, but its purpose is to bring structure to the chaos that surrounds it. That woman sought only to destroy the foundations of peace and civility that my people sacrificed everything to build.
It's a really stupid reason to try to kill her.
We are in a sanctum holy to Woedica. There are others like it in service to the other gods. I come here often to pray for her counsel, and in this space I may be assured that she hears me.
Do a lot of means in the gods could end suffering? Are there no gods?
What is a god?
A miserable little pile of secrets.
Power, a rewarder of good deeds and punisher of the wicked. Something men can turn to in their darkest moments when their days seem only like bridges from one tragedy to the next. Our gods are all these things.
Thaos is every word. You find yourself losing control of a boiling cauldron of rage and doubt and fear and hopelessness, until you can take it no more.
We are in a sacred place within earshot of the gods themselves.
This is spiky.
Time. You've been through much these past few months. You will return home and you will rest. When you feel you have recovered, you may rejoin us at the trials. The Inquisition is far from over, and I will have need of you. There are many who continue to spread the lies of the apostate.
Apostate with a capital A.
End until we have pronounced judgment on all of them.
I can hear that. Yeah, Han. Is it the same voice actor? Andrew and I got a bit further in that game off stream. We didn't beat it, but we heard quite a bit of voice acting.
How did you find it?
Lady Webb.
Another in a string of acts of petty defiance. For all her knowledge, she always preferred spite over reason. Then she should have obeyed. I ask one thing of all my followers. She was incapable. A waste of rare talent and intellect. What of your cohorts, then? They have followed you to their deaths. Is it loyalty that brings them here? Or is it, as my agents suggest, that they have no direction of their own? You worshipped Aethys, did you not?
Your spies are good. What gave me away? The cape?
I like the whole addressing the party
Yet
members.
when your god needed you the most, you chose your country.
We were being invaded. Not by anyone who was acting like a god.
Then I should think your hometown gave you a hero's welcome when you returned.
They made cake. Hard to blame people for losing faith when it's the gods who are misbehaving.
The gods argue over how best to prevent Kith society from destroying itself. These disruptions would not be necessary were mortal instinct not so diseased.
So I'm an idiot, and for whatever reason, I never really scored the definition of the word kith. Does that just mean mortal? Does that just mean the combined races of Pillars of Eternity, rather than saying men?
You built a weapon that delivered exactly as promised.
I served my goddess as you did yours.
Yet the other builders were slain. 11 of a dozen. Why not you?
Humanoid races or kith, okay.
redeemable in your god's sight?
Whatever desire I had to be redeemed in her eyes was weakness.
Yeah, so all the playable
purged by
races
the
are the
Watcher's
Kith.
sight.
Or was it merely that your goddess wanted you dead as well, and your delusions of importance prevented you from seeing the obvious?
A whore's beguiling charms, nothing more. But the spell's broke now, Thaos. The trial's over. I know friend from foe, and I've come here now to see a foe repaid.
You were able to destroy a god because another god wished it.
Durance is on the upper hand on this one.
Strike at a god any more than you could strike the sky. You are impotent, and not just from the pox.
Although that's a pretty good insult.
I understand your duke's bells gave you a mission.
Their orders do not absolve me of my greater responsibility to the safety and well-being of the republics.
You want to skip over this one, Thaos. Don't want to pick a fight you can't win. Thanks, Ader.
Yet you disobeyed. Something you already have a reputation for. They will know, of course. If it had been for a worthy cause.
Saravius have good lines back and forth.
But I don't see them pursuing animancy after seeing.
Does he address the grieving mother?
They trusted you.
Oh, that's awesome, sir.
The parents scold, but the children are safe.
Yeah,
Whether
Ader's a cool
animancy
character.
research continues in the republics or not, they will survive.
Good show on the Diacritic
now,
on
that's
Ader
enough.
Game Saucer. I have that one at my command, Alt-0233, because of Pokemon.
In any case, I wouldn't be so smug about my fate, Thaos. I imagine Woedica responds to
He ignores her.
disappointment much more severely than even my dukes.
State your name and purpose, young acolyte.
My name belongs to the gods, in my hand to their service. And I'm going to purge it of your stain.
Oh, that's cool. Iovara and her exchange
You
glances.
serve none but
Cool.
yourself. Without contact with your order, you can have no higher purpose. Only the base concerns of the flesh. You have cast yourself from our ranks.
Did you have to type it at the time, Kami?
No. I've risen above them. I'll take the leaden key and lead in a way that you
Oh, I
remain
see.
nothing
Very good.
more than a slave to the gods.
Yeah, the only ones I have, I've got the E for Pokemon, and I've got, I think, Alt-0191, the inverted question mark.
A leader without insight, directing an organization that does not question.
Alt-0254 is the little square. I use that for stream titles and the like.
You are far from home, dwarf.
I knew my hunt would send me a long way from Masuk. It was a challenge I was
Right,
glad to
Akifall. Have
undertake
you
for
played the
my
series
nation.
before?
A journey, then. It must be of some import to take you so far and to last so long.
Thaos is so friendly with
It's
Sagani.
important to Masuk, and so it's important to me.
You are here because you are lost. The gods cannot reach everyone, I'm afraid. May you fare better in your next lives. I gather you have had your soul awakened. Why else would you shadow my footsteps like some stray mongrel? You think I have something to offer you, but our business was concluded long ago.
Really? Oh shit. Oh, looks like I do, because Alt-233 is Theta, and Alt-0233 is the E. When did that change, or what is that applicable to? You all
I
need the
answered your
truth.
questions once. That your soul is not fit to accept the answers is of little concern to me. I lied to no one. Not to you, not to anyone.
Ah, I see.
Gods are real. They are everything we need them to be, and the world is better for it.
You could probably play the most recent Pokemon and not feel like you're missing out on too terribly much. I'm probably going to play through the whole series on stream because it's kind of cool to see the evolution as they add more and more features and expand the Pokedex, but like every game is you're a kid in a town and you got to go beat the Elite Four and, you know, fight Team X, whoever the team is of bad guys. And there's all these like parallels in every single game that are basically the same across them. You can just shut him up and hit attack. Yeah, that's nice.
The spread of our faith ended many such atrocities.
I can
do
hear
what
that
I must
argument,
to ensure
man.
it continues to do so.
The most distressing argument to me is always like, without faith, like there would be murder and other crimes rampant everywhere. And it's like, are you telling me that that's the only reason that you don't commit those crimes? I don't think that's what people actually mean, but that's what they think about other people.
The heart of this
And maybe
country
it's true for some people.
Nothing more. I have done far worse. I plunged the peace.
Oh, that's super convenient, Game Saucer. Nice. Yeah, I've always wondered about that. Like, I haven't really followed international keyboard structures, or I don't even really understand like how the Japanese type, or the Chinese, or the. I guess it's not so bad with the Koreans with the phonetic alphabet, but typing kanji or Hanza, there's some shenanigans you have to do to like compose the radicals in the keyboard, right?
When plague arrived at the great city of Arborensis, I saw to it that the cure did not. They piled their dead outside the city in heaps that rose above their walls. That's where you are mistaken. There was a time, back when your soul was still a shapeless mist, when the world believed only in false gods.
Only in false gods.
Thousands of them. Gods that told them to take slaves. Gods that told them to make war upon their neighbors and devour the slain. Gods that told them to burn their children alive and cover themselves in the
I need to play around with that sometime.
sign of their faith.
Just to have an intuition for how it works.
But all that changed when they learned of the true gods. Our gods.
Oh, really, Game Saucer? I guess that's a benefit of
You could see it in their
Japanese you don't have in Chinese, because you know there's already like 50 different incarnations of the pinyin, like sure SHI, and probably 10 different incarnations of each pinyin with different diacritic on it, different accent.
There is no false hope. Only hope for things that never come.
That's a really cool sentence. Oh man, I'm gonna have to convert. That's so cool. There is no such thing as false hope. It's basically saying that all hope is false hope.
Have you imagined this existence? The one the apostate would have created.
Marstead.
You're not all so virtuous as she. Without our gods, the most wicked, the most tyrannical, they would take that power.
It gives you options to pick from. Oh, okay. You do it in pinyin, really? That seems like that could get pretty rough, but maybe they have other ways to narrow down which one they're looking for.
But more than that, it would be a hollow existence. All mysteries forever unanswered. All purposes constructed from meaninglessness. No endings to bring closure. Only a wheel turning without mercy, grinding our spirits to dust. It is the least of all possible costs. Are you so dense as to think a faithless world would not be ridden
I can hear that, yeah, hon. I really like Thaos' argument here. I can kind of hear where he's coming from. I disagree with him, but he's a well-written villain.
I will not be dissuaded from this course. This is the only way. We are all controlled by our own doubts. Better that we should be relieved of them. With your soul and thousands of others, I will see this world purged of its suffering. Hear me, Woedica. Your servant calls for aid.
Oh shit. Turned his face skyward. Here we go. Ow. Dick move. Ah, cool. These things are freaky looking, freaky deaky. I guess here's where you'd want to have the Vessel Slayer, right? Probably not going to get away with casting Sleep on Thaos, right? That'd be too good. And try it. Percentage. It's not going to happen, basically.
So much for our mighty hunter.
Holy shit. Yikes. Need you to go res. effects. Let's do this. Yeah, it would have been nice to add some kick-ass final boss music, I agree.
Feels like I've been tossed around.
Do a res here in a second, hold up. This one, right? Oh shit, Aloth's almost dead. Try to do something to heal here.
Not just
Heal yourself.
leave it. It's to me.
Woedica's headsman is cool.
Can't get a good shot.
Not getting to.
Alright, let's get some ogres in here. Look at some of these other healing spells here.
You're not getting through me.
Bunch of ogre damage. Holy shit, some bad stuff just happened. Everybody just went down. I'm gonna try this one again. I guess Ader could try winning on his own, but I have a feeling it's not gonna go so great. Come on, guys, you gonna fight or not? Maybe they won't fight because she's down. Move people around next fight.
You got Scotty.
Scotty's down now.
Backbone's a bit.
This isn't gonna happen with just Ader, is it? Don't think so. This might be right before the boss fight, right? Let's see. I mean, I think I did an autosave too, right as we approached it. I don't think I cast a specific spell on the first statue. Oh, the statue explodes when it dies. That's important info. It's good that it makes an autosave right there. Maybe when it's close to death, we need to like run everybody away and start ranged attacking it. Or we could just try focusing down Thaos. That might go better. Oh, maybe not so much.
Leave it to me.
Looks like that just takes him out of combat for a bit. Alright, you do a big party heal. And then let's do none of these. Just a cooling effect? Oh, okay.
Leave it to me.
Alright, so I guess we do want to attack Thaos rather than go for the statues first. Seems correct. God. Whatever move that is, it hits really hard. No res in time. She already used hers. Okay. Don't know if this round's gonna win it. Might need to micro this one a little bit more closely. It's pretty rough. Yeah, he does like some kind of like AoE, PB AoE attack around himself. Pretty gross. He's probably immune to just about every status effect in the book, so I'll want to like maybe throw some buffs up right at the beginning. Try it again.
Roak 10!
Yeah, I'll take a hint. Like, is there like a mechanic that I'm missing that's causing me to go from full to almost dead so quickly? Little piglets there, I just noticed. Reflect, resolve. Shocks enemies near them. Stacking up in the middle of his AoE, I see. I guess I could just have one person go in and fight him. Kill the statue he didn't jump into. Okay, that makes sense. Good idea. So we don't have two of them at once. Whoa, Ader. Calm it down there, buddy. Can't have you dying. Don't be falling now. Holy shit. Oh, but he has his little thing that keeps him up. Very nice.
You're not getting through me.
Ringing my bell, man. Summoning a whole bunch of stuff. Nice.
Crow. Can't get a good shot.
Oh, now Durance is down. Go pick up Durance. We need him. Good. Well. But I'll leave no statues at the end, which will be nice. Actually land a big heal here. He was trying to cast it before I could be knocked down.
Freros,
Not really using much of Alef's spells, no. I guess that's the only reason Sagani's alive. Maybe everyone needs to be like on... I need to switch everyone to their ranged weapons when he's in his final form and just doing a PB AoE over and over. Because there's no one who can really survive his attack. It hits so hard. And I didn't really see if there were any buffs I could use to make it easier. I probably can't make it easier by dropping difficulty down either. This is a tricky final boss fight. Specifically because it's very bad for my playstyle of just have all the melee characters lock up the mage. Giant PB AoE that like one-shots everyone. Alright, so we're gonna run in first. We're gonna screw up Thaos, and we'll try to micro people away. We'll move Thaos, or remove Alof far away and just have him be on nuke duty when he comes out. Shit. Ringing my bell, man.
I'm here.
Probably have Ader engage him. Oh man, my Chanter's already dead. Jesus. This gets cray-cray real fast.
Get up, lad!
No, this attempt isn't happening. And sometimes I get some just really unlucky sequence of attacks. Are there some items? It's probably too late for me to equip like summoning items and the like, right? I guess I could load my save that I had from the long hallway and try to change equipment around. I might have some summoning objects. There goes that. Now we'll focus them all down over here. Oops, nope. Vader, you're gonna stay here. There's that bell ring AoE, that's pretty nasty. Y'all go down here. That's the one we don't want to get hit by. AoE on that's gotten really nice. Hey Ben.
How may I?
Okay, let's summon the ogres.
Don't even slow them down.
Oh, I thought I did instruct him to move. He hasn't been going. There we go. Yeah, good looking out.
Can't get a good shot with this.
Yeah?
Yeah, I feel like being so close to Thaos is what's getting my ass kicked from attempt to attempt.
That's not.
See, you can use a second wind maybe? Oh shit. Alright, we're doing okay over here. Everything's fine, everything's good. Let's get a big heal down first. Shit.
Of course.
Let's do another big heal here.
Just a few
Summon some more ogres.
You're not getting through me.
It's going better, going better. I think we might be okay. Keep the main character healed up. Gotta watch out for that bell ring attack, it's super nasty. Especially when it takes out the main healer. Okay, get everyone out of dash. Switch to a really tight formation, yeah? Change that real quick. Is that a PB AoE that he does, or is it a targeted AoE? Because that's a pretty big difference for me at this point. Looks like it's a targeted AoE. Maybe I don't want them to be so close to each other. Can I... There we go. I was having trouble selecting Durance there. Like people getting stunned or something? It must be. Alright, Aloth, I need you to cast your most obscene magics on this asshole.
This thing isn't doing the job.
You, I need you to cast a big heal on Ader. What else we got here? Aloth, more... Man, I'm really having trouble with selecting them. I think it's because he keeps charming them. That must be what's happening. Don't walk into the magic energy that I created. Okay, I need you to pick up Durance. Durance, I need you to do a big heal on some folks. Ader. Need to summon some more ogres on Butthead. keep you here. Actually, you can go maybe behind this wall. Maybe the chant will still hit. Go here. You're dead. You back up here. You're still afflicted with the charm. Oh, so close. This is gonna be really rough. I think when they have the little yellow under them, that means that they're charmed. So close. Come on.
Go for some shut-eye.
Now they're both charmed. Come on, Pellegrino, you got this. Oh, she's dead. Oh, that's a bummer. That was going so well. This fight is super hard.
Roak 10!
Yeah, I was feeling pretty close there, and then everybody went down.
Enough of it.
Okay. You go here. You go here. Everybody else go here.
That's
Did it keep my formation change? No. Yeah, the AoE, the charm is super nasty. If I could give everyone immunity to charm, that would be super swell. Need Aloth and Durance to get the hell out of dodge and get back over here. Go here. Go here. You need to go
How
here.
may I help?
I think this attempt is bad. Can I equip the Rings of Unshackling?
Roak 10!
Under 30 hours will be when we beat Shenmue, Jahan. Over 30 will be when we beat Pillars of Eternity, so possibly. I'll run the auction through tomorrow. I'd like to beat it. I really don't want to run over time, but I load my long hallway save. And I can just hit attack, I suppose. Yeah, I don't think it's worth... The AoE charm is super frustrating. Well, tell you what, how long is the ending after you beat him? Because if the ending's going to be like 20 minutes long, then I might call it here and we'll finish it on Monday as part of sub-block and beating Shenmue and everything else. And then just do all of the collapsing of games that win at the same time. Oh, Suppress Affliction? I see, but it's a spell you have to cast. It's not I thought it was like passive charm resistance. Okay, yeah, that would have me running pretty late, so I know it's like super anticlimactic, but I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up here with this being my last save, and we will return and beat Pillars of Eternity for sure next week Monday, along with Shenmue. And at that time, the over 30-hour game slot that vote will collapse at midnight on Monday. The under 30-hour will collapse at midnight on Monday, and then there'll be an auction for 3 slots, all shorter than 30 hours, all at the same time, Monday night. So get hyped for Monday. Let me see if I can find somebody else who's playing Pillars of Eternity to throw a host to real quick. 1 second. think more on my strategy for that boss fight. It might take me a while. It's pretty hard, even though that last attempt going really, really well. Nobody else playing pillars, so who else can we throw a host to? How about... let's do Plush SOJ. He gave me a host yesterday. He's playing Shadow of the Colossus speedruns. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Again, tomorrow we're playing Bravely Default. Next week, Monday is going to be Subblock along with finishing Pillars and Shenmue. I think we can do both of those easily. To the rest of next week, you'll see some more Bravely Default, whichever games win on the voting spreadsheets of Mario Maker on Wednesday, and then Bravely second for its launch Thursday night at midnight and Friday during the day. Yeah, have a good rest of your Thursday night, everybody. Bye.